Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Y'all, welcome and happy Friday, or I hope you guys also had a awesome Christmas because it's the day after. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, make it a little political. So that's definitely a show for you. Definitely stick around because we got some topics that we're going to tackle, including we got to talk about those Avengers Doomsday teaser trailers and how there's other ones that are coming in the works, and some of them they're saying may not be even, we might not even get to see Doomsday, so probably closer to the release. And how does that affect the hype all around this movie that is literally 11 months away from being released? Plus we got to talk about this Doomsday situation regarding Warner Brothers has no intention of moving Dune 3 away from the Avengers Doomsday release date because apparently they both are sharing the same day of coming out and how that might clash. So we'll talk about that. Plus, Simu Lewis talking about the lack of opportunity since Shang-Chi, and Bob Chapek's comments branding the movie an experiment, which I called out from the beginning as being high-key racist. I'm not even going to say low-key because that wasn't low-key, it was high-key. Now, if you got the sense, like a lot of us people of color do, we can tell microaggression because we've been trained to sniff them out. Also, we got to talk about the box office studio report card in regarding of how did Warner Brothers, Paramount Plus, or Paramount, or did in Disney fare throughout the year regarding the movie content. So we'll break that down courtesy of Variety. Plus, we got to talk about my upcoming picks for 2026 is literally a couple of days away. And I compiled the list of my most anticipated films of 2026. And if there's some that I may have missed that you're looking forward to, definitely drop them in the comments. Rumors are swirling that Zendaya might be pregnant, and we have some pictures that may corroborate the fact that people out here are speculating that she and Tom Holland about to become parents. Kim Zolciak, I guess any day that begins with a Y, she's hit with a six-figure tax bill because her financial situation is a hot mess. People are saying that Taylor Swift is overexposed because after that docu-series that she just released over on, what was it, Disney Plus? She talking about she really going to release more music after this whole biopic or documentary situation she just came out with, and people are like, girl, just go away, you are so overexposed. But we'll get into that. Plus we got to talk about Bowen Yang quitting SNL and how the fact that Lorne Michaels didn't want him to leave and why he actually quit, because I think he only signed on for, what is this, about 3 months, and didn't renew his contract. So we'll get into that whole situation. We got to talk about Billy Porter, who finally has come out and well, not come out, he been out, yeah. He came out the womb of Sissy. But not saying that, all jokes aside, he, was talking about his road to recovery because of the whole sepsis situation. So we got the clips and all that other stuff. Plus, we got to talk about MAGA Minaj and this whole thing about how the LGBTQ plus community, the loyal base that she basically grifted to from the beginning, and now she want to jump over to the maggots. How the gays are pretty much saying they want her banned from pride organizations. They want her they want y'all to boycott her music and a bunch of other stuff. And I have a couple of people who actually spoke out, and I saw some videos online that I'm like, these are excellent assessments of the whole situation regarding Nicki Minaj, as well as Heidi N Closet. Because remember, Nicki came for her on that season of Drag Race. Heidi N Closet came out and threw some shade at Nicki, and I guess like the ping pong ball and Marty Supreme, Nicki clapped back at her, which is kind of like the same kind of clapbacks I use when y'all be trying to come for me and y'all be having your little grammar situations. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. Before we get to, oh yeah, we got to talk about Heated Rivalry because, the finale was last night, and how they're talking about, we already talked about season 2 regarding the show, and now word on the curb is we might be getting a season 3. I'm like, well, goddamn, we didn't even get season 2 yet. They already talking about that they got them locked in allegedly for season 3, and we'll break all that down a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, I know it's early, but we do it every time. If you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. That helps with the algorithms, and that helps with, the more you subscribe, the more coins I'll make over here on the YouTube, because, I don't do a whole lot of ad stuff. It's just basically the ad reads, well, not ad reads, or whatever. It's just the ads and stuff that are supplied by YouTube. That's how we get paid over here. And when I get big enough, I might get some good sponsors. So I ain't gotta continue to spend money to keep this show alive as I drink this Rebel. Speaking of which, I discovered this thing that I'm like, oh my God, I'm totally obsessed and I'm gonna keep drinking them. So, like the delis, they're becoming more health conscious. I've been noticing, especially if you're in Manhattan, like Midtown or whatever. I discovered these ginger shots that they be selling and stuff. Oh my God, the amount of energy it gave me yesterday, and when that was me working in the Knicks game on Christmas. Oh my God, and it's like good energy. It's not like the stuff where you drink from the Red Bulls and the coffee, where it's like when you drink it, you got that energy, and then you have that come down that's like really, it's hard. Oh no, that them gingers. I was like, okay, I will be drinking those from now on. So I might want to find a way to order like packs of them, or if y'all want to give me a sponsor. Because I want to, if I'm going to do sponsors, it got to be stuff that I actually use. I'm not going to be out here selling diapers and child. I can go to the bathroom and take a shit without having to go into a pamper. That's something that y'all should have Donald Trump do, because he definitely be wearing them diapers. But allegedly. But for me, it's like I would definitely want to have those or whatever the case. It's like I want to do the sponsors that I actually would use. Hold on, because I'm seeing like comments. I forgot to put them in. Sailor Mermaid's in the building. The fact that they didn't drop her from defending her pedophile. Child, I've been saying that. I'm like, y'all was real quiet when she was over here defending the S offenders. But this is the final draw. When it's prominent that um what was I gonna say? Because I got distracted by somebody that said, wait, you drink. She was like, yeah, the fact that they didn't drop, because, and that's always no shade prominent within the Black community. Y'all will overstep. Y'all hate. Y'all will try to bend yourselves like a pretzel to make excuses when people are homophobic or want to be homophobic. But when it comes to things in our community like child abuse, sexual abuse, any kind of abuse, we want to sweep it under the rug because this is kitchen table. We don't talk about that in public. But if it's, as long as it's discrimination against them people and they take their foot off our neck, then y'all okay with the discrimination until it affects your bottom line. And that's what I've been noticing. Most people are selfish. I'm not going to say everybody, because then I would have to lump myself in that. I have my selfish moments, but for the most part, I'm always putting other people before me in a lot of situations. And there's people that can vouch for that, which almost is to a fault. And I hate myself for doing that sometimes. But look, I'm not going to be like some selfish prick. That's not my DNA. I said, and what makes me side eye them real hard? You said, wait, you drink. What are you talking about? Drink. I, well, um, far as the drinking thing, I'm a social drinker. Once upon a time, I used to be a big drinker. Not so much anymore. It doesn't, like the older you get, I realize that alcohol affects your insides or whatever. But I usually stick with the energy drinks, or if I go out, I'm always doing like um what do I drink? Whiskey and Coke. Or I always do like the when I go to a sports bar, I usually do like a Moscow Mule or an Irish Mule or whatever. It's a what is my unk? Like I'm old. It's a you unk grown man. I'm not grown over 21. I was like, when I look at that picture, what is that? A Five Nights at Freddy's? Anyway, let's get into the show. And where are we going? Oh wait, let me hit my banner. And let's get to top of number one, which is Avengers Doomsday. So we've got about two so far Doomsday trailers. There's a rumor that there's going to be two more coming. the first teaser we got, and I was like, y'all don't even need to go to movies to see that. The only thing I would probably spend money on to go see is that 6 minute what is it, prologue of the Odyssey. That's the only thing I want to see. A friend of mine said that was really good though. Even though I did like the minute and a half trailer that they posted. But the teasers that they've been doing for Avengers, I'm like, this is not worth spending money to go just to see that. Like that, especially when we saw like the teaser. If you haven't, the quick description, quick synopsis, you literally see someone on a bike. They pull up to a house. They get off the bike. They walk up to the house. You see a male silhouette as they get up to the steps, approach the door. You can clearly tell it's Steve Rogers, because he's not Captain America. Remember, he handed the shield over to Sam Wilson. So Sam Wilson is currently Captain America. As we know, we'll see how they play that out once the Doomsday movie comes in. But for now, he is Steve Rogers, married to Peggy Carter, and has a baby. Because we saw the picture. You saw the shot in the actual thing. So with that, that was basically the whole teaser. Then there was another one that came out with Thor. What they basically is showing Thor with Love, and you know who Love is. Love was basically the girl that he raised at the end of that horrible ass Thor Love and Thunder movie, which I'm just now computing in my brain like, duh, Thor, Love being the girl, and Thunder, him, God of Thunder. It just now dawned on me years later that that's what that meant. Probably because that movie was so bad that I was just like, I didn't even care to even dissect the trailer, or the title of the movie and all that other crap. But now it's like dawning on me, I guess, years later, because I put that movie out of sight, out of mind. So that was the next one that we wound up getting. And we'll break that down on what was in the teasers in a second because it leaked overseas. But the rumor is that's supposed to be coming out regarding the next two trailers. They said there's supposed to be one with an X-Men teaser, and that's supposed to be with James Marsden, who y'all know played not Iceman, Cyclops. And now they said that he has a family. Do y'all see a theme here? The first trailer we got, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, both have kids. Now we're gonna go allegedly in the X-Men where Cyclops has a child. The rumors is going around, and especially like when you have at the end of Fantastic Four, where you saw the silhouette of Doctor Doom, the little cameo of him visiting Franklin after Sue went and read him a story, and then she went out of the room and then came back and saw Dr. Doom was in the room, and that was the end of the mid-credit scene. So they think there's something that got to do with possibly that because he went back in time just so that way he could be with Peggy, that there may be some consequences with that, especially with like the worlds colliding and a bunch of other stuff. So they think that may be the rumor, that might be the story. Also, that Doom is going around kidnapping the children of superheroes or whatever the case is. So they think that might be a rumor as well. And then they said the next teaser is going to be speaking of Fantastic Four and the Wakandans. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Jeff Snyder spilled that tea or whatever on the hot mic. So those are the rumors with that. So with all that being said, because I need to set that up, let's get into the actual story from Comic Book Movie. So they said, we already explained what the trailer is for Captain America, so we don't need to go back in with that. And they said now with Doctor Doom out to save the multiverse, something tells um us his and Peggy's happy ending will be short-lived. Haley Atwell doesn't appear in the trailer but is expected to play a role in Avengers Doomsday. Sharing a tease on Instagram, the Russo brothers wrote, the character that changed our lives, the story that brought us all here together, it was always going to come back to this. Now, Joe and Anthony Russo joined the MCU in 2014, as y'all know, when they did Captain America the Winter Soldier, then they did Civil War, then they did Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, which I'm hearing that they may release Endgame, this is the rumor, in theaters, I believe in September, with additional footage, which I guess is gonna lead up to in a mid-credit scene or whatever. I don't know where they're gonna place it. Could be a mid-credit scene, could be a post-credit scene. That leads us into the Doomsday thing, because one of my issues that I've been saying for the longest that I have with this franchise is the fact that when we got let's go take it all the way back to the beginning with Iron Man. When we got Iron Man and we got Captain America and we got Thor, and then we had all these other films that led up to the first Avengers movie. Then we got more movies that led up to Infinity War and Endgame. There's no build up to Doomsday. Because when you look at all the other movies, Captain America: Brave New World, that horrible ass Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania, that movie is god awful. I literally tuned out after 20. I gave it 30 minutes, and it literally, as I told y'all, was background fire. That movie was that bad. Then we got the Eternals, which visually looked good, but it was boring. Then it was a couple. I mean, there was a couple of movies in between, but for the most part, the sagas weren't really giving me what I need. So post Endgame, they haven't found a way to build up to this moment. So it feels like a desperate attempt at trying to get that old fandom back. So I'm still on the fence in regards of it. And I'm probably going to say that when I get to my top 2026 most anticipated movie. It's the same thing I'm going to feel because, yes, a Doomsday is on the list. I'm not going to tell you where until we get to the topic, unless you read the article on my page, on my website, chrisavalon.com, because, you know, I already posted that like 2 days ago. We'll get to that when we get around to it. So they said, the second Avengers Doomsday teaser. Let's get into that one. So they said that the spotlight is shifting from Steve Rogers to Chris Hemsworth's Thor. The God of Thunder is shown walking through the woods, through the scenes, though those scenes are interspersed with shots of love, played by India Rose Hemsworth, which, duh, you can pretty much tell that's his daughter in real life. So we see her lying in bed before Thor sits with his adopted daughter and kisses the girl on the forehead. We then catch a glimpse of Thor's new costume as he kneels before Stormbreaker and says a prayer to his father, Odin. The downside is that the teaser is in French. Fortunately, they've managed to, well, here's the translation. So they said, Father, all my life, I've answered the call of honor, of duty, of combat, but destiny has offered me something I never dared hope for. An offering, a life preserved from the storm, grab me the strength of the Father of all things to be able to fight once more, to defeat a new enemy, and to return to her, not as a warrior, but as a protector, that she may not know war, but peace, the kind I have never known. I beg of you, Father, hear my prayer. Now, the teaser also ends with the words Thor will return in Avengers Doomsday, which is similar to what they did with, um, you know, they said Steve Rogers. So they played it perfectly because it's like, he's not Captain America. Remember that. So when people are out here still with the, oh, Captain America's back, it's like, no, Steve Rogers is back. We don't know what's going to happen in regards to that if we're going to have two Captain Americas. Because my thing is this: if you handed the shield, I was going to say the mantle, but the shield to Sam Wilson, and then to me, y'all pissed me off over there at the MCU because you didn't give Sam Wilson's character a proper film or even the script, whatever the case is, to showcase that he could be a great successor to Steve Rogers, because you basically just placed this character in a sequel to the Hulk without letting him do what he needed to do, because y'all didn't want to rock the boat. You didn't want to take on no political stuff in regards to this, which is weird because when the Russo brothers came on board, they turned Captain America into a political thriller. So for y'all to be like, I don't want them to get into politics, what the fuck you thought you was watching when you saw Captain America, oh my God, not Civil War, the one that came before that, with George St. Pierre and all of them. That one, which is like one of my favorite movies. Funny enough, the title escapes me at the moment. But when we did that movie, that was like the first time the Russo brothers came on board and did like a political thriller. So you can't sit up in here and say that, oh, we don't want politics in our superhero stuff, but it made it a political thriller. So that doesn't make sense to me. So they also said while there are some humorous elements to his Avengers Endgame story arc, the Asgardian will also dealing with major trauma. Taika Waititi quickly moved past in Thor Love and Thunder with a goofy training montage and a full-blown comedy that Hemsworth himself has said missed the mark. Absolutely, because one of the things that I wanted more of, I wanted more Thor Ragnarok. I thought with the other Thor movies, I love the Kenneth Branagh version, which is the first one, which had kind of more of that Shakespearean thing to it. Which, if you're looking at someone like Asgard and that sort of thing, it needs that kind of energy. You need that whole Shakespearean thing. And Kenneth Branagh, that's what he does because that's kind of what he was raised up in. He's a Shakespearean actor. He comes up in the theater, so it makes sense that he would bring that sensibility to his film. Don't even get me started on the Dark World. We don't even acknowledge that one. Like we don't acknowledge Thanos. So we don't talk about that one. Then Taika Waititi came on board and brought a whole new different vibe. So he gave us kind of like that 80s, hair rock, Flash Gordon cheesiness, but it was like, but it worked with the balance of the action, the cool action, great music, some comedy. But he didn't go completely off the rails until we got to Love and Thunder. So I wanted that balance of Ragnarok to be brought back into Love and Thunder. And that was kind of like my irritation with that movie. That's why I hated that one. So it seemed like the even numbers of Thor were always the trashy ones, and the odd numbers was good. The first one and the third one were good. The second and the fourth one were not. So it's like they're not good with those, I guess. And since they're supposed to be coming out with a fifth Thor movie, maybe that one will fare better. So it seemed like I said, y'all work better with odd numbers than even numbers. Because kind of like when it comes to the Bond movies, there's always like a good one and then a bad one, then a good one, then a bad. It's like off and on with that. So they also said the new enemy Thor is referring to will be Dr. Doom with his person. The person he's praying for is, of course, love. This is the second teaser to focus on a parent and child, suggesting that's going to be a big part of the Avengers Doomsday story, which is literally what I said. Because I feel like if that's kind of like the theme that you're bringing up, parent and child, which like I referred to, Chris Hemsworth's character, Steve Rogers, with a son. Then now Thor has a daughter. The story that's being floated around is the fact that we have Cyclops, who's part of the X-Men, James Marsden's character, or James Marsden, who played it in all the movies, has a family. That's going to be the next thing. Then, of course, we have Fantastic Four with Franklin. So it seems like to me that is the thing that they're going to be taking. And then, of course, what they said with what they mentioned with the Wakandans, Black Panther has a kid. We got that from the last Black Panther movie. So I think all that's going to play into it. Hopefully, this will be a way for them to introduce us to a new Black Panther, T'Challa, because even though I know it's in the comics, I'm not feeling Letitia Wright, Shuri being Black Panther. It's giving me girl shaped like a boy being a superhero. I'm not feeling it. And I don't care if people find that offensive or whatever the case is. It's just giving me that. I'm not buying her as a superhero. To me, so because like I always say, like just because something works in the comics doesn't necessarily mean it'll work on a cinematic front, which is why a lot of times they take different precautions or make different decisions that they don't entirely follow the comic book universe. So yeah, it's not working for me. But so far, I will say it's great that y'all are giving us the little teasers and you're letting us know that you guys are coming with the movie or whatever the case is, and that you're setting up the whole thing for Avengers Doomsday a year, 11 months in advance to be technically accurate. But so far, I'm still on the I'm still skeptical. It feels like it feels a little nostalgia baitish, but I'm so skeptical. Like I need to see a whole lot more to really convince, including I got to see Doctor Doom for y'all to even try to convince me that casting Robert Downey Jr. was the right choice, especially when it comes to him. All I see is some damn Tony Stark. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? With all that I set up regarding the whole superhero situation. Have you seen the teasers? Are you excited? Are you looking forward to seeing the movie? Or are you like me? Are you feeling a little skeptical regarding of, this film based off just the teasers? So whatever your thoughts are, and what would you like to see them showcase based on all the rumors you may or may not, you may have heard. So let me know in the comments down below. Hold on, where am I going? They say even Bonnie is better. I don't even know who the hell's Bonnie. And you said, "Hi, how you doing?" It said, "Bro, movie made no sense because I only understood the title. Gotta head to work, but we'll catch up when I'm done. See you later." Black Love is in the building. The Cash Grab movie is gonna be trash. Carl is in the building. How you doing? How you doing? Okay. All right, so now let's move on to some more Doomsday news, and let's talk about this Doomsday situation. So it looks like between Dune and Doomsday. They're trying to create their own Barbenheimer. But the only problem with Barbenheimer is the fact that Barbie and Oppenheimer hit two different demographics. Oppenheimer was going to go for more the thinking man's type of audience, or like people who like action but also want to be able to be educated. So edutained is the word that I always try to use when it comes to that sort of thing. And the Barbie audience, it was girls and homosexuals. So and families and that sort of thing. So they were going to kind of, so they're hitting both, different demographics. With Doomsday, that might be a problem because Doomsday I want to see and Dune I want to see. So it's kind of coming from people like me. I'm sure there's women out there that like superhero movies and Dune or whatever the case. But for the most part, when you look at something like a Dune and you look at Avengers Doomsday, it's geared more towards the boys. So and the male market. So I don't know if this is a good idea for them to be trying to share the same date, even though I will say this. Dune had the date first. Avengers out here being messy. So they moved the date. But I guess at this point, it's like, who cares whether or not so and so had the date first? The reality is, Avengers have kind of stepped it up and kind of like really put the pedal to the metal because they're already out here with their teasers, and we have yet to see anything from the upcoming Dune 3 or Doom Messiah, whatever the hell they plan on calling it, because it's based on the Doom Messiah book. So I would think that that would be the name that they would want to go by. So when the news broke that Marvel Studios and Warner Brothers had not scheduled their massive 2026 event movies, well, had both scheduled, sorry, Avengers Doomsday and Dune Part 3 for release on the same day, which would be December 18th, it was generally assumed that Warner Brothers would move Denis Villeneuve's sci-fi threequel out of the path of what might turn out to be the biggest MCU movie yet. However, insiders believe that Warner Brothers has no intention of changing Dune 3's release date, which means we need to prepare for Doomsday. Which I have to say this, I like the name. So that's a great way to market. But okay, so according to both Matt Maloney on the Town podcast and Jeff Snyder on the Hot Mic, Warner Brothers is adamant that they are staying put since they claimed the date first and have confirmed they're not budging. Warner Brothers' decision to dig in, batten down the hatches, and go head to head with Doomsday suggests they're hoping to replicate the success of Barbenheimer, but this would be a much riskier gamble. Barbie and Oppenheimer, as you know, were very different movies, targeting very different demos. But there's a lot more overlap with the audience for Doomsday and Doom Part 3. And what people need to also look at is that I think both movies, if we're kind of looking at, especially the amount of the chair gate or whatever the case, that stupid marketing thing that they did over the MCU, with all these characters, that movie's probably going to be about as long as this freaking Avatar movie that's out. And with Dune, the complex nuances that they put in it, the visual spectacle, the action sequences, and the philosophical stuff and the religious stuff that they put up in there, I'm sure that movie's gonna be pretty long too. Now, the thing that I'm thinking about is how y'all gonna work this out? Because who gets IMAX, who gets Dolby, who gets, all the other different conglomerates? Because that's what y'all gonna be fighting over. Like when you do these type of movies, I honestly want to see both of them in an IMAX I'm on an IMAX screen or in Dolby or one of those things. That's what I would want to see. But they're gonna have to figure that out, or and all those other screenings that they have, especially not just with AMC, but also like Regal and all the other places. But they got their little special screens. So some people believe that Warner Brothers will ultimately blink and move Dune 3 up the calendar to October, November, which I remember, and I don't want to go through looking it up again, but I did a previous story on it where I was like, you know what, it might be good to move it to October or possibly November, because there is a date within there that they're dropping some movies that I don't think people are going to be getting all that excited for. So I would think that Dune 3 would fit in around a time of like October or maybe November before December 17th. So Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars are recently hit with the significant delays, with Doomsday now set to arrive in theaters on December 18th and Secret Wars positioned for December 17th. Because remember before, they already had these different days, and then they realized we cannot shoot two movies back to back in a 6-month period and have it out at the time that y'all want, which got a lot of people still side-eyeing the MCU because it's like, what are y'all doing over there? Y'all really don't know what the hell y'all are doing. And I don't know if we could blame it on Bob Chapek because he's gone. But now Bob Iger's back. It's just like it feels a little like, okay, y'all don't know what y'all doing over there, even though y'all had it together, pre-Endgame. Post-Endgame, it is like y'all are not on the same page. So they also went on to say, being able to create stories and explore characters within the MCU fulfilled a lifelong dream of ours, and we discovered a powerful connection with audiences in each film that we made. We're thrilled to collaborate once again with Kevin, Lou, and the entire Marvel team to bring this epic adventure in storytelling and to new and surprising places for both the fans and ourselves. This is what the Russos said after the San Diego Comic-Con panel. And I think that was the one where they introduced Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. That's when they said that. So we have a plethora of people that's in it. Everybody from Shang-Chi, Loki, Sentry, all we got the new Avengers, we got the old G's coming back. As we mentioned, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, and the like. Then we got Fantastic Four. We got people from the X-Men world coming back. We got people from Wakanda. So it's like everybody who's anybody is going to be in this movie, I guess. And then there's rumors Halle Berry is coming back, even though that hasn't been confirmed. Some people believe Famke Janssen is lying and saying she's not coming back, but she did film a secret little part and is keeping it under wraps. I'm inclined to believe it because remember, Chris Evans said he wasn't doing the X-Men. He wasn't doing the new Avengers movie. He was like, "Oh, I wish I was kind of hanging out with those guys, but good luck to what they're doing." And then we saw the teaser, and he's in it. So you can't believe a lot of these actors. They're professional liars. They get paid to make shit, to pretend to be something they're not. So you can't believe everything. You can't take what people say at face value. So if I would, it's sad to say. I love both movies. Dune, yes, you had the spot first. MCU was being messy with what they're doing, but here's the thing: I feel like y'all are hitting the same demographic. But if I was to choose, me personally, it's hard. But I would choose Doomsday because Doomsday I want to see just as much as I want to see Dune. But to me, Doomsday is going to have the bigger impact. So if I was Denis and them and Warner Brothers, I would move up a bit early so that way we can see that movie. You get to take advantage of the IMAXs and the Dolbys and all that stuff. And then after you've been out for a good 6 weeks, then Doomsday can come in and do what they do because that's pretty much, no shade, going to be the biggest film of 2026. So, in the words of Ludicrous, move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. So I say, let's say, what do you guys think of this story? I like the name Doomsday. It is a good marketing strategy, but one of you are going to get hurt, and I feel like it's going to be Doom. It's going to get hurt. So while I like the name, somebody's got to budge. And if you don't, it's going to affect one of you studios, and I think it's going to be Warner Brothers. It's going to affect your bottom line. And Warner Brothers, you guys have been on a roll lately in regards of the amount of content that you guys have released in 2025. We're going to get in that story in a bit of a second when I break down the big box office reports of how the movies did in 2025. So, yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Good afternoon, lazy day with my cat in bed. Walmart was, oh, well, anybody out shopping? I'm sure he did. Well, look, he's got his own personal Barbie, Katy Perry, and he's currently allegedly banging. Well, not even alleged; it's out there. That's what he's banging. All right, now, hold on. Let me close that out. Okay, so now let's get into this Simu Liu story because he's out here talking about, Shang-Chi is supposed to appear in the Avengers Doomsday movie, possibly Secret Wars. I don't know yet. But we've been saying for the longest, I'm like, okay, Shang-Chi was a good movie. It was very successful at the box office. Why haven't we gotten a sequel? So I'm kind of confused in regards of why we haven't gotten a sequel to this franchise. And so Simu, who you already know, is always not afraid to speak his mind. He's always outspoken when it comes to certain things. He's talking about the lack of opportunities post, you know, Shang-Chi. And he does appear in things, but I guess when you don't get a lot of offerings, you take what you can get. And people of color, we always have to kind of do that. We always have to sit and be like, okay, whatever job is available within reason, we could hold out for as much as we can, but we don't get the opportunities like our white counterparts. And white people are allowed to fail up and that sort of thing. And you can continue, if you fall on your behind, get many opportunities over and over and over and over and over again. When you're a person of color, you're not allowed that. You're not afforded that same opportunity. It's like if you have one screw up at the box office, that's the end of your career. It's like, but how come all these other people who keep releasing mediocre ass films, how come they keep getting opportunities? And then you get this black director or this black artist or whatever the case is, it's like they come out with something, and if it flops, oh, you're a failure. Move to the side. We'll find somebody else. So Simu, as y'all know, was best known or may not notice for his role in Kim's Convenience before he was cast as Shang-Chi in The Legend of the Ten Rings. Since then, he's booked a lot of high-profile projects, including Barbie, Atlas, and Last Breath. However, while he'll lead the upcoming TV series. Oh yeah, he's got the Copenhagen test that's supposed to be coming out, and Melissa Barrera is in that. So for you people out here tonight, y'all gonna protest um Scream 7. I'm letting y'all know this right now. Melissa Barrera has a job. She has something coming out. I want to see y'all keyboard warriors promote the hell out of this show. And I want to see y'all talk. Yeah, I want to see y'all talking about it too. Otherwise, if y'all want to come out here with shut the fuck up. Please and thank you. So and I don't need to go into how many times I've been supporting her stuff, and y'all pay the dust. But anyway, so they said that Lewis primarily been cast in supporting roles, meaning he hasn't quite found the same level of leading man success as fellow MCU stars like Chris Hemsworth and Chris Pratt. In a fascinating new interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Lou talked candidly about the lack of opportunities he's received as an Asian actor in Hollywood and his surprise that his MCU debut didn't open more doors. Now, asked what he wishes he knew before Shang-Chi, he replied that it's a marathon and success is defined by longevity more than just the bigness of a single moment. And then with the caveat that is going to be a lot harder for you than if you were white. Maybe that's a controversial thing to say or a hot take, but I've watched a lot of actors' careers over the past few years since I've had my moments. Well, bruh, I could have told you that. Because and that's why I said before, like the same thing I said previously when you were talking about the lack of opportunity. I'm like, how do you think black people have felt in this industry for a long time? Now you starting to feel what many of black actors have complained about. So now you're seeing it. And yeah, there is a lack of Asian representation. And where he was talking about specifically that, yeah, you don't see Asian actors in leading romantic comedy type roles. And that was his overall complaint. I mean, we saw it with Crazy Rich Asians, but and what happened with that? We're supposed to get a sequel, it's supposed to be a TV show. Still haven't heard about that. Now, making it clear that he's grateful for the opportunities he's had, Lou explained that he's primarily been offered smaller projects, supporting characters and villains, but very rarely a leading man role. One Shang-Chi came out, and at the moment that it did, I was a little surprised by how few number one roles came across my desk. Whereas if it happened to someone else, a different actor who looked differently, I think those offers would come in a lot quicker and more abundantly. Well, of course, you know, especially like someone like, for instance, a Timothy Chalamet. There's a lot of a lot of opportunities coming across his desk versus someone like a Simu Liu. He is a good actor, and one of the things regarding Shang-Chi, it was a good, out of the many MCU films post Endgame that have come out, I enjoyed the film. I love the action sequences. Um, and I enjoyed the movie, and the different and the Asian culture that was spread throughout the whole situation. And then there was a post that I had posted of his where it said, "Put some Asians in literally anything right now. The amount of backslide in our community wait, hold on. The amount of backslide in our representation on screen is effing appalling." Now, Lou isn't pulling a not Zachary Levi, here by bemoaning his star power and remains humble while trying to shine a spotlight on a bigger issue with the lack of representation in the industry. But wait a minute, Zachary Levi, the thing with him was that he was coming out as a Trump supporter. He was saying a lot of dumb things politically That's why people were clowning him and why he wasn't getting, and that's why he was kind of sort of blacklisted. So to kind of say like he isn't pulling a Zachary Levi, Simu is someone who's been outspoken in the way the industry is and the lack of representation they want to give actors of color. So I don't know where that comparison to him and Zachary Levi is coming from. Zachary Levi is taking more of a conservative stance on a lot of things that he said in the industry and a lot of controversial takes, including stuff about vaccines and things of that nature. So when you take a more political stance and you sit up in here all, what is it, Team RFK Jr. when he's an idiot, the brain had been rotted from the worms he got up in there, whatever the hell he got going on, and swimming in swamp water with his grandchild, and all the other controversial, idiotic things he's done, including like dismantling um, pediatric cancer research for children. When you're starting to do, when you're jumping on a bandwagon with people who are trying to do more harm than good to the community, I can see why you would be blacklisted. And Zachary Levi ain't that bright. So, and I once upon a time I actually liked him when he was on Chuck and that sort of thing. I was a fan of the show, and then he started saying dumb shit where he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. It's like, okay, now it's like I can't with you. You and that other Chris, the one that we don't acknowledge, Chris Pratt. I don't like his dumb ass either. So, and you see his career's in the toilet. He got some movie coming out that's like literally a ripoff of Minority Report with Rebecca Ferguson. And I like her, but girl, that movie's gonna flop. I'm sorry. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it's supposed to be some Minority Report type movie where he's accused of murdering his wife and then he's gotta prove that he didn't. I'm like, okay. I've seen this movie done way better with Tom Cruise in the lead. And here y'all go with this mess. Ain't nobody going to the movies, and that's why they dumped it in January. I don't remember the name of it. That's how memorable it is. But anyway, so they said that, and they have it come out at a time during COVID when people weren't allowed to sit in adjacent seats in the movie theater and to still, do what it did. And again, it's something that I had a small amount to do with. But I think in a world where nothing is a surefire bet, someone would at least be like, oh, let's put this guy in something else. Let's see what he's got. And it's not that I haven't worked. I'm grateful for a lot of the projects that I've done, but to be clear, the Copenhagen test is my first lead role since Shang-Chi. I just remember there was so much uncertainty around that release. Our industry is so obsessed with tracking and estimates that we're getting such low estimates. Bob Chapek was going on investor calls and being like, it's an experiment. And that's the problem too. When you're running a studio, studios once upon a time were held by people who had a love and a passion for movies. Y'all can't come up in here and thinking like algorithms and tracking and numbers is going to be determine what people want to see. Because the minute y'all start doing that, it's a wrap. The industry is done. So Bob Chapek also was somebody who is a businessman and knows nothing about movies. Hence why you've seen that they got rid of his ass quickly and had to bring in somebody, Bob Iger, back to clean up his mess because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And he was another one who wanted loyalists working within Disney instead of hiring people who knew what the heck they were doing in regards of studio stuff. So, and I felt like that too. When he went and called Shang-Chi an experiment, that pissed me off. Because like, oh, here go this old ass cracker going up in here and saying that a movie with an Asian lead in a superhero film is an experiment. It's a microaggression. And if people are going to sit up here and try to say like it's not, then you can't speak on something that you just don't understand because it clearly is a microaggression. Now, as for where things stand now between Lou and Marvel Studios, y'all do know that he is going to be in Avengers Doomsday. And there doesn't seem like we're getting a sequel, even though the movie did fairly well, which is weird. It's like, why aren't we getting a sequel? He said they do call. I have no idea when they're gonna call. Um, and then we work it out. I love that we did. He said, I love what we did. He said, 4 years after Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings release. People remind me of it every single day. When things succeed in the industry, no matter who's the lead, I generally like to think that Hollywood is smart enough to do more of that, which is why I always said it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if a movie is successful, wouldn't you want to duplicate that success and make a sequel to it? But then again, this is the same studio that can't figure out how to make a Blade movie work. When we've seen, even though the third one wasn't that great, there are people out here who could figure that out. I even think that, if I'm not mistaken, The Happy Sad Confused podcast just did an interview. I don't know if they recently did it or if it was a while ago and I just happened to come across it, but they did an interview with Guillermo del Toro and he was talking about Blade and the fact, because I think he was asked about Blade and why they can't get it off the ground, whatever the case. But he said he's like the most uncool director, whatever. He said I can give you the horror and all that other stuff, but he had to call on other people to come, bring in the music and the cool music and all this other stuff. But he said I can give you horror and stuff, and that's why people love Blade 2. I like Blade 2. Might be blasphemous to say more so than the first one because it had more of that comic booky vibe to it, but it still had that groundness that Stephen Norrington brought to the first one. So that's probably why I like part two more because I had like the balance of it. And Nomak was like a really good villain, more so than Deacon Frost, even though Deacon Frost is an iconic character and Stephen Dorff did what he could do with that character. There's moments of that movie, and it could be because of the special effects, especially during the third act when he has that fight with Blade, it looks a little janky and the special effects are a little outdated. So that's probably why. But the second one, I always take that one more so than the first because it feels more like a comic book film. So they can't even figure out how to make a damn Blade movie. So why would we be surprised that they can't even figure out? And you already know how I feel about the whole Doomsday thing. Why, it's just unfortunate that we still haven't gotten a new Shang-Chi movie, even though the movie did fairly well at the box office. But I love the fact when actors like Simu comes out and speaks out on the things that a lot of people are scared to speak out on. Because as I say at the end of the day, closed mouths don't get fed. But at least Destin Daniel Cretton, who directed, maybe that was their kind of them throwing him a bone because they promised, I guess, him that he was going to get a sequel and they still playing in his face. So they're like, you know what? To honor your deal, we'll let you direct Spider-Man Brand New Day. So maybe because I think at one point he was supposed to direct the Kang Dynasty. But then since they canceled it because of Jonathan Majors being a damn woman beater, maybe that's why they were like, okay, we screwed up or this happened. We'll let you do this so that way you don't kind of say, well, you screwed up on the contract. We don't want you to sue us. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards to what Simu Liu had to say about the lack of opportunities he's gotten since Shang-Chi and all that good stuff? Because we definitely should have a sequel to this franchise by now. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Khalees re-recorded Milkshake. Look for it in the Khalees database on your favorite streaming service. Khalees is re-recording her Neptunes era music. Oh, that's good. She needs to, because Pharrell ain't shit. Also, I was watching this video about Timbaland and that whole sumo, whatever the hell it's called, um, situation with the AI artist and all the other stuff. When this girl told me she's an AI performer or whatever, and all she does, she can't sing or nothing. All she does is type some stuff into the database, and then creates the database. Pretty much creates the music and all. I'm like, that's not real talent. I can understand if you were singing into something, you use the stuff to make you sound like you were singing, but if you're just typing a couple of ideas into AI software and it's coming up with all the work, that is not creating. That's not being creative because it takes a lot of work to go into recording a song. So I don't like the direction that AI is going with all this. If you want to use it as a tool to enhance certain things, which is I'm not gonna hold you. I use AI on certain stuff to help me come up with, like, if I have an idea, I'll type it in and then they come up with the thing and then I'll add some of my Chris isms to it to make it sound more like me. So if it's used in a collaborative way, I'm not against AI. But when you lazy bitches come out here and just want to use it as your whole situation, try to act like you came up with the idea, I can't stand behind that. Timmy's gaunt bus be able to what? You said, will Timmy's gaunt bus be able to carry Marty, let alone Doomsday? Not gaunt bus. Well, I heard there's a scene where Timothy gets his booty spanked in Marty Supreme. It's probably one of the little tiny twink butts. Look like something like a Troye Sivan booty. And then there was another story that came out, excuse me, that Gwyneth Paltrow, because apparently he has bad skin in the movie, that Gwyneth Paltrow saw his skin up close and was offering him like a skincare regimen. And he was like, dude, are you for real? It's makeup. And I was like, Gwyneth has always been the kind of girl that always asserting herself in things, which is clearly her personality. This is why I think a lot of people don't particularly care for her. So it's been kind of one of those type of women that asserts herself into things that she should just, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, I be getting that with her. And now she had egg on her, probably turned every shade of red that you could think of. Magenta, Kool-Aid red, the whole 9 yards. Okay, y'all. So now that we're approaching the end of 2025 and about to go into 2026, let's get into this story. So apparently, shout out to Variety for this. So we have our box office report where they want to give us an insight on like the film studios that had the best and the worst year. And y'all should not be surprised where Paramount places, especially with the Ellis, well, I'll say the Ellisons, because Larry Ellison don't seem like he trusts his son enough to, wipe his own ass, let alone hold together or lead the studio. So family films flourished, video game adaptations triumphed, and superheroes flew too close to the sun. Welcome to 2025 at the multiplexes. Now, it was a roller coaster year at cinemas, and for the studios tasked with keeping their screens filled, Warner Brothers enjoyed an epic run at the box office, fielding hits and as diverse as vampire flicks set in the Jim Crow South. Of course, you know that Sinners, an old school star driven facing drama, F1, the movie. Oh my God, I totally forgot to add. Wait, did I add F1 to one of my favorite movies of the year? I think I did. I totally forgot. It might be on my favorite movies of the year. And a sandbox game turned big screen smash, which would be a Minecraft movie. Meanwhile, Paramount would spend hundreds of millions of dollars on yet another Mission Impossible, barely release anything that turned a profit. Yet they want to sit up in here and try to buy Warner Brothers Discovery and Warner Brothers in general, when Paramount is still floundering around like a fish out of damn water. And then there's Disney, which backed 3 movies that top 1 billion. We're assuming that will be the case for Avatar, Fire and Ash, and stands out as the only studio to cross a combined 6 billion globally. But the studio also distributed nearly twice as many big budget duds, which would be Elio, Snow White, and Tron Ares, to name a few. More troubling, Marvel, once Hollywood's biggest hitmaker, struggled to regain its mojo. It's all coming down to next year's Avengers Doomsday to get the franchise back on course. Now, I should say this, like, yeah, while Snow White, Elio, and Tron Ares, they were their flops, and you had, the Avatar, and you had, what was it? There was there was a couple of movies that came out from Disney that have done fairly well. Lilo and Stitch did well. What was the sequel that came out? The animated film, was that Despicable Me too? That did fairly well. If that is the name of it, because I can't remember. I'm like, am I getting my animated sequels mixed up? Because I don't really particularly watch animated films. Because I'm like, that's for little kids. But anyway, so now our annual report card includes 5 major studios as well as A24, which is normally an indie, but spent lavishly on the Smashing Machine and Marty Supreme. But it doesn't include streamers such as Amazon and Apple, which didn't release enough movies in cinemas for Variety to judge their slate. And if y'all gonna come out of here, what you need to do is, if Amazon is trying to get itself in the position to release a lot of movies, which they're planning on doing next year with a couple of films and in the future, Bezos, you got to come out and start spending that money. Apple, y'all need to step it up. Y'all only had F1, which I really know, but that was, I think, in combination with Warner Brothers. So if y'all gonna come out here and spend this money or whatever, y'all really got to step it up with like these studios are. If y'all trying to get in the same sandbox with that, and we'll probably see Netflix do that as well now that they're acquiring Warner Brothers. I mean, Paramount's still trying to get their hands on it, but it's like, go away. It is a losing battle. You're not gonna get it. They've already started giving the co-CEOs of Netflix the grand tour. We've seen the pictures online, which I know is even more salt they've been throwing on the wound regarding, Warner Brothers. I mean, well, Paramount trying to acquire Warner Brothers. David Zaslav was already giving the Netflix co-CEOs the grand tour. I've seen the photos. So let's get into Disney. The high points, Lilo and Stitch, 1.3 billion against a $100 million budget. Oh, it was Zootopia too. I don't know why I was thinking Despicable. That came out years ago. It was like Zootopia 2, 1.31 billion. Again, I didn't even know it grossed a billion already. Against a $150 million budget. Freaky or Friday, even though I heard that movie was god awful. But people liked it. It was, banking on nostalgia, and it worked. 153 million against a $42 million budget. Avatar: Fire and Ash, 506 million and counting against a 250 million plus budget. Well, look, it's already grossed half a billion already. And I think with overseas numbers, because I'm hearing this weekend is going to make another 75 million at the domestic box office. So I don't know if it'll recoup on the domestic side, but I think overseas it is where it's really gonna thrive. Well, let's get into the low points. Captain America: Brave New World, which I already know how I felt about that movie. I've said it enough times, we don't need to go into it. So it only grossed 415 million against a $180 million budget. Snow White, 205 million against a $250 million, but it didn't even recoup its money back. The budget is $250 million. It only made 205 million at the box office. That's a flop. Leo, 154 million against a $150 million budget, still to make its money back. Tron Ares, 142 million against a $180 million budget. Predator Badlands, 181 million against a $105 million budget. And Predator Badlands was such a good movie. But it just goes to show that Predators, it's got a cult following. Predator should have cost less than that. It should have been, $80 million or something or another. And then when you release it on digital and physical media and stuff, it would have definitely recouped its money. And then Ella McKay, I don't even know what the hell that is, but apparently it's 4 million against a $35 million budget. Now they're saying that the takeaway from it is Disney deserves prize for fielding 2 and likely 3 after Avatar: Fire and Ash gets through the holiday season, billion-dollar hits, a feat that illuminates the chasm between the studio and its rivals, none of whom had a single film cross 1 billion since 2023. So they're saying that let this be a mantra for Hollywood: brand recognition doesn't equal box office dollars. So that was a thing too, where I think hurt Disney is the fact that y'all thought brand recognition was going to equal sales. Because Captain America, Thunderbolts, and Fantastic Four didn't really do all that well financially, even though they were good movies, except Captain America: Brave New World was not a good movie. But Thunderbolts I enjoyed. Fantastic Four I enjoyed, although I wanted more action. It's a little too talky. But we needed more action from that. We didn't get that. It was great to look at. I like the retro futurism, but it's like a one and done. It's like I watched it once, even though I actually bought it too. I still haven't watched it since I've seen it in the movies. But yeah, I think they have to realize because of Snow White, Tron, Ares, and Predator, even though I thought Predator Badlands was a good movie. Tron visually great to look at, but kind of like in the same as Avatar. Um, it didn't offer me visually anything new. Like when you looked at Tron back in the day, like when you look at like their first Tron and you look at even Tron Legacy, it offered us something visually that we had never seen before on the big screen. But now the technology is all caught up with everything, it didn't offer me anything new. Same thing with Avatar. Like I feel like when I always say like Avatar doesn't have cultural significance like so many other films. When Avatar first came out, when did that come out? Like 2009 or something? Another 2009, 2019. What? No, it could have been 2019. I think the last one came out in 2019. But when Avatar first came out, the technology was groundbreaking. That's what it sold itself on. And then it had the little story, whatever, about indigenous cultures or other stuff, which was cool. But when you look at Avatar today, the technology hasn't really like you haven't done anything new visually groundbreaking because that's I think always the hook that James Cameron has given us, that he always pushes the boundaries of tech and that sort of thing. He didn't give me that with this new Avatar movie. It just seemed like okay, we've seen it, been there, done that, wore the t-shirt. So let's get to Paramount. So the highest for them was Smurfs, which was 124 million against a $58 million budget. I heard the Smurfs was bad though, but apparently y'all liked it. But maybe it was well look, because it doesn't guarantee or mean that you like something. It's just okay, you took the kids to see something and it was cute or whatever. The kids watched it, but did they like it though? Then they had The Naked Gun, 102 million against a $42 million budget. Regretting You, 90.4 million against a $30 million budget. Now of those, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, 598 million against a $400 million budget. That's insane that they had that. First of all, Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning was boring as hell. It took y'all literally an hour before we even got to some action. It was just a lot of talking. And then the whole thing with the entity, that whole storyline was so convoluted. And the only good sequences, okay, was the submarine sequence and the scene with the planes. But of course, it always seemed like with these movies, Tom Cruise was more interested in it was like the stunts, the crazy stunts overshadowed you telling a story. And I like what Christopher McQuarrie brought to the last couple of films. But the Final Reckoning storyline, the Dead Reckoning one and the Final Reckoning, story-wise, it just wasn't they weren't good movies. Also, okay, so we did the Final Reckoning, then we have Roofman, 33 million against a $20 million budget. I think if I'm not mistaken, Roofman is already available on Prime Video to watch. I think it's on MGM Plus or one of those because I did see like it's up there to see already. And The Running Man, which has just been released on digital with a 68 million in gross against a $105 million budget. And here's the thing. I like Glenn Powell. He was good in the role. The movie just wasn't good. Half of it was good, but then the second half, it just goes completely off the rails and it lost me. And it just couldn't get me back. So now they say in its defense, Paramount spent most of the last year past year stuck in a painful limbo as it waited for government regulators to approve its sale to Skydance. That left studio execs, many of whom correctly deduced that they'd be shown the exit as soon as David Ellison's crew took over, punching the clock. Paramount did write a blank check to Tom Cruise, only to find out he had embarked on one impossible mission too many. It also gambled that Edgar Wright and Glenn Powell could crack The Running Man, the second adaptation of the Stephen King novel. The first attempt flopped when it hit theaters with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sadly, the pair shouldn't have bothered lacing up their sneakers. Paramount fielded a few cost-effective hits like Smurfs and The Naked Gun, but these are not the kind of modest successes one expects from one of Hollywood's most storied studios. Will the new management fare better? And so far, they no, and they gave them a C grade. Oh, I forgot to mention, like the grade that they gave them for Disney, they got a B. So Paramount got a C. Now, do I think the Ellisons could definitely change the tide? No, because y'all are so fixated on trying to politicize what you're doing over there at Paramount, especially the whole thing regarding the 60 Minutes interview. We all cut that hours before it was going to be released. And shout out to the Canadians because they posted it on all over the social media. But I saw it on a Substack. So I literally watched a bootleg version. I also saw that Cory Booker, for once, he actually did something, comparable in his life. He instead of out here, flip-flopping and being a fraud while he's a wolf in sheep's clothing for the Democrats, he posted the full episode up on his YouTube and it was not removed, which surprised me. So it's like any of us Joe Schmoes post it, we get in trouble, we get flagged, or possibly our channel's banned, which I don't want to take that risk. Or Cory Booker, a politician, had to do it. And if he came out and went against them, then YouTube would have been, he probably would have went in on YouTube and there would have been protests and all other stuff. So let me hurry up and get through all these because I don't want to be here all day. I don't want to make this a 40-minute story. Okay, so Sony, their hits, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle, 664 million against a 20 million budget. Chainsaw Man, this is all anime, by the way, 153 million. One of Them Days with Kiki Palmer, 51 million against a $14 million budget. Karate Kid Legend, 117 million against a $45 million budget. 28 years later, 151 million against a $60 million budget. I Know What You Did Last Summer, 64.8 million against an $18 million budget. And people out here calling I Know What You Did Last Summer a flop. The budget was under $20 million. It made 64.8 million. That's not a flop. It's a modest hit, but it's not a flop. Because if you can make back your budget plus the marketing or whatever, who knows, that probably was an extra 10. So I'm thinking $30 million for the marketing, everything else. It's not a flop. And Materialist, 71 million at the international box office. The Lows, caught stealing, 32 million against a $40 million budget. A Big, Bold, Beautiful Journey, 20 million against $45 million budget. Now, Sony didn't have any home runs, but it avoided any strikeouts. It wasn't a terribly strong year for the studio, to be sure, but we're grading, or they're saying they're grading based on what's been released and not what could have been. Anime was a massive boon, with Crunchyroll's Demon Slayer and Chainsaw Man scoring back-to-back wins while demonstrating a voracious appetite for manga adaptations in the US. The studio also kept the theatrical comedy alive with Keke Palmer and SZA's One of Them Days, and turned A24's romance drama Materialist into an international hit. Isn't that the movie with what's her name? Dakota Johnson and Pedro Pascal? Is that movie? Neither Karate Kid Legends or I Know What You Did Last Summer were necessary sequels, but both films scraped together modest grosses, which is why I said it was a modest hit. As for Big Bold Beautiful Journey, the collective wattage of Margot Robbie and Colin Farrell couldn't overcompensate for terrible reviews and bad. But well, yeah, I saw that trailer in the theater, and I was like, okay, I don't care about this damn movie. Star Power only gets audiences in theaters if the movie is, good. So they got a B. Now, Universal, they said their highs, How to Train Your Dragon, 636 million against $150 million budget. Jurassic World Rebirth, even though that movie was terrible, 868 million against a $180 million budget. Black Phone 2, 132 million against a $30 million budget. Wicked for Good, 488 million and counting against a $150 million budget. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which was another terrible film, 206 million against a $36 million budget. And here's the thing. I guess they felt it made enough money because Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is already available to watch at home. I'm like, didn't this movie just come out like 2 weeks ago? And already you can watch it in the confines of your own home. Y'all don't like making money over there at Universal? So their takeaways on this is sequels and reboots delivered a big way for Donna Langley and her team. On paper, rebooting Jurassic World a mere 3 years after the last installment in the When Dinosaurs Attack franchise might have seemed like a bad idea, but it turns out people really like watching velociraptors dine out on some pesky humans, especially when Scarlett Johansson is trying to avoid becoming dessert. The studio also scored the follow-up to Wicked and Five Nights at Freddy's that won't do anywhere near the same business as their predecessors, but should turn a tidy profit. There were flops, of course, but failures like Wolfman and Megan 2.0 didn't cost much to produce. That is true. So if they do tiny, that's the one thing that Blumhouse gets away with. If their movies are always cheap to produce. So even if it doesn't bring in the money that you're expected, they're still not flops in a way, which is weird. And funny enough, look, apparently, I don't know if that's necessarily true about Megan 2.0, because here's the thing. There was a story that came out, and I meant to bring this up, but I was just like, I didn't care enough. But now that I'm talking about Megan 2.0, we could talk about it. There was supposed to be a movie that's supposed to fit within the Megan 2.0 or Megan universe called Soulmate, and it's SOULM number 8TE. It's supposed to be about a guy who gets a companion of sorts. If you want to see an actual good movie about a man with a companion, go see the movie Companion, which flopped at the box office, but it's a good movie. Definitely check that out. I think it's on HBO Max on one of those channels, or might be Prime Video too. So you can sit and watch it at home, but definitely check that movie out. But anyway, so there's supposed to be this movie called Soulmate that's supposed to fit within the Megan universe about a guy who gets a companion and she goes rogue or whatever the case is. Typical story. Because Megan didn't do all that well, they scrapped the film, as in it's done. It was supposed to come out next month. And I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that movie. Where is it? Now that they're shopping it around to other studios because Blumhouse don't want nothing to do with it because of what happened with Megan. But that was y'all fault. Nobody told y'all to completely change the tone and the narrative of that film. People like Megan for what it was. Y'all turned it into some freaking wannabe Terminator action comedy. Where was the horror? It was a horror movie. Where was it? It's kind of like what I said about Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, this is like horror movies for beginners. Like, that's what it was giving. So they said the main issue that Universal faces at Blumhouse, which made both those films, was uncharacteristically inconsistent. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and Black Phone 2 helped the company get back on track, but it needs to deliver new franchises instead of servicing old ones. So they got a B plus. And so we got two more, so I can finally be done with this. Warner Brothers, I would say, in my opinion, had the best year out of all the studios. And y'all already know because I've talked many a times about Warner Brothers and a lot of the movies that they released this year, I was a big fan of. A Minecraft movie, 958 million against a $150 million budget. Sinners, 367 million against a 90 million budget. Final Destination Bloodlines, 315 million against a $50 million budget. F1 the movie, 631 million against a 250 million plus budget fronted by Apple. Superman, 616 million against a $224 million budget. And Weapons, 268 million against a $38 million budget. Now the flops. Mickey 17, 133 million against a $118 million budget. The Alto Knights, 10 million against a $50 million budget. And One Battle After Another, which I have to say, I finally got around to seeing that movie last night. I actually liked it. I'm like, damn, is it, like, who knew to make almost felt like a documentary on this current administration, if you ask me. So yeah, I finally got around to watching last night. I ain't never hated characters as much as I hated Tiana Taylor and Sean Penn in that damn movie. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to give it away. Definitely check that movie out. But here's the thing. There was a name that was brought up in that movie that I'm like, oh my God, I'm so obsessed with her. The one that jumped on top of that damn, the counter when she was at the bank. Jungle Pussy? Oh, I was obsessed with her. I was like, if I was ever a drag queen, that would be my name, Jungle Pussy. But anyway, let's get serious. I had a moment. Um, so yeah, their takeaways is the comeback of the year after a rough end of 2024's Joker Foley I Do, and a rocky start to 2025. That would be with Mickey 17 and the Alto Knights, which, they were pricey bombs. The studio rebounded the old fashioned way by banking on bold directors and new ideas at a time when reboots and sequels reigned supreme. 7 consecutive releases from video game adaptations, a Minecraft movie, and Ryan Coogler's vampire thriller Sinners, to the Brad Pitt-led sports drama F1 the movie, and Zach Cregger's genre-bending mystery Weapons, opened above 40 million domestically, a first in Hollywood history. Although Paul Thomas Anderson's comedic adventure One Battle After Another isn't in danger of turning a profit against its hefty $140 million budget, the film surpassed the $200 million mark and achieved a milestone by getting adult audiences to theaters for original fare. Plus, One Battle could be valued beyond the balance sheet as major Oscar contender. This might be Warner Brothers last year as a standalone studio. If that's the case, it went out with a bang. So that got an A. And I do agree. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I could totally, like, when I'm watching the movie, I'm like, I could totally see One Battle After Another being nominated in the Best Picture category. Do I think it's Best Picture material? No, not really. But I could definitely see them wanting to nominate this film because it definitely gave sort of like Oscar bait. Let's pat ourselves on the back because we're so progressive. Like that's what it was giving with this film. Because I felt like there was things in there that I had seen before in regards of like, let's talk about, the immigration stuff. Because there was a whole situation about you had Sean Penn's character was running, like an ICE-esque type facility. And then you had like the rebels and there's a whole who the a Maury Povich twist. You are the father, if you know you've seen the movie. So there was a lot of that, and then the these people in these high profile places in politics, where you have Fritz from what's his name from Scandal playing a racist in a political sort of situation. So it was giving a lot of that. I'm like, why does this feel like this is what like us like a real life in real time situation being brought on the whole cinematic movie type situation. So it was giving, I was like, okay, this is feeling a little too close to home right now when I'm watching this movie. But I enjoyed it, even though I did catch some. It was giving a little convoluted at times. But I did love Benicio del Toro's part. He was definitely chewing up the scenery with his part. And I know like when I seen the trailer for the film, I'm like, this is such a weird movie. I don't know what this is. But then when you watch the film, it kind of all makes sense. And it kind of makes me think like, damn, this would have been something I wish I would have seen in a theater rather than at home. Okay, so let's get into the last one, which is A24. Materialist with 104 million against an $18 million budget. Bring Her Back, which that movie freaked me out. I have not watched that movie since. 39 million against a $10 million budget. Friendship, 16.5 million after being acquired for 3 million, and Eternity, with which 28 million against a $12 million budget. Now the lows, which they're talking about, this is going to get a bunch of Oscar recognition. The Smashing Machine, 21 million against a $50 million budget. Eddington, 13 million against a $25 million budget. The Legend of Ochi, 4.9 million against a $10 million budget. Warfare, which everybody says that movie is good, and I haven't gotten around to watching it yet, 33 million against a $20 million budget, and Death of a Unicorn, that's the Jenna Ortega horror movie, 15 million against a damn, it made back its budget. 15 million against a $15 million budget. Now they said the indie studio is trying to play with the big boys, and I think that was y'all mistake. That y'all were putting all this money, y'all spent a lot of money on a lot of these films regarding the marketing and everything. I feel like the only thing that's working for them right now in regards to like A24 and the marketing and everything is Marty Supreme. And I think it also has to do with Timothy Chalamet. He's kind of got that star power. He's kind of like the only ones right now that has got people like has figured out a way to like with the marketing and stuff. And it could be, and I don't care what anybody say. I think it has to do with who he's fucking. I think it has a lot to do with him being with Kylie Jenner and that whole situation regarding that she's in a way kind of helped him figure out how you could be an actor, you could still maintain your privacy, but when it's time to do a movie, how to really get people interested in wanting to see your movie with all these little crazy viral videos where you got people walking around in orange and freaking ping pong balls on their head and like it's something out of a Daft Punk music video. Like it's like all this other marketing, whatever you're doing, it's working because I've heard, like I told y'all, when I was at work and I was in the bathroom, I'm hearing like these guys in here talking about Marty Supreme. I'm like, what the hell are these Gen Zers up in here talking about some damn Marty Supreme in the bathroom of all places at the urinal? And I'm like, okay, but it's clearly the thing is working. So yeah, and then they also talk about like, yeah, spending more money doesn't also always result in bigger profits. Cause I definitely wonder with Marty Supreme, how much have they been spending on the promo behind this? And it's gotten people interested in going to see the movie. So they said Benny Safdie's A Smash Machine featuring a change of pace performance by Dwayne The Rock Johnson as a troubled MMA fighter was too dark for the actor's fans and failed to earn the critical acclaim it needed to pack in art house audiences. Oh, and it cost 50 million to produce and millions more to market, which doesn't make sense that with A24, why are y'all spending $50 million? Like I always kind of thought y'all were in the same wheelhouse as Blumhouse. So if Blumhouse budget for a movie is like 10 million and under, sometimes I might brush up a little to 20, might bump itself up, but $20 million. But they don't go no higher than that usually. I would say 25 would be the top. But 50 million for a movie about a MMA fighter, most people don't know who the hell he is. That was just dumb. But I guess they thought that because it's Dwayne Johnson, people are gonna go see the movie. But no, Dwayne Johnson has solidified himself to being like this big, untouchable, mega superstar. Nobody's really looked at him as sort of like, oh yeah, he can act. Because he's never kind of done that. He's always played himself in every damn movie. He's always kind of played the same type of character. So when you finally trying to be like, look, I want people to take me seriously. I'm a thespian. It's like we're looking at you sideways, like since when? So that's why nobody cared. And plus, on top of that, I'm like, I don't care about this movie, The Smash Machine, but look, I'll find out how if the movie is good or not when it drops on HBO Max next month because that's when it's supposed to be coming out. Okay, so now they also said the same was true for Ari Aster's editing. First of all, Ari Aster has not given us a good movie since Midsommar. And that's no shade. A political satire set during COVID that discovered that most moviegoers would rather memory hold the pandemic. Huh? Child, just give me COVID again. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't say that because I'm again. It was like I'd rather get that shit again than have to sit through that damn movie. A24 did score with Materialist, a starry rom-com from Celine Song, not Dion, that became a true mainstream hit, and it has a chance to end things on a high note with, as I stated, Marty Supreme, a table tennis drama starring one-man hype machine, Timothy Chalamet. If it scores, A24 deserves some extra credit, and they got a B minus. So yeah, that's why I said Timothy Chalamet, the way he's doing going about his marketing and stuff is working. So yeah, that apparently is the end of our box office report. I know it was a long one. We had to take our time to get through all that stuff, and you know I got to give my commentary. So I definitely want to hear from y'all what you guys think of this story. What were the movies you checked out this year, and do you agree with the overall assessment from Variety in regards to them talking about their box office report for the year? Now, some of the movies, did fairly well based on their budget, and some movies did not. And Paramount, as I stated many a times before, and I'm so glad that a lot of YouTube pundits are finally coming on board, even though I saw the tea leaves at the beginning, because everybody was giving Paramount the benefit of the doubt, blah 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 blah, whatever. The Ellises don't know what the hell they're doing over there. Y'all can't even get Paramount off the ground. Yet you trying to buy Warner Brothers, and y'all already showed y'all ass with all the political things that you're trying to assert over there on Paramount and trying to make y'all that whole network MAGA light. When it's like I already said, MAGA got their channels. They got News Nation. They got Fox News. They're not trying to come over to CNN. They want to acquire Warner Brothers so they can get their hands on CNN, kind of like how they're doing with CBS News. And Glass is over there fucking up the thing with that. Y'all know her damn name. Sidebar. Shout out to Margaret Cho because she went in on Barry Weiss. Y'all need to check out that video on TikTok. That had me cackling. But anyway, do y'all agree with the assessment, what they had to say, and all that good stuff? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people are saying. Zootopia 2, Zootropolis 2 for international markets because Disney couldn't trademark Zootopia since someone already did outside. When I saw Cory Booker posted a 60-minute segment, I used my real player downloader to make sure to download it just in. Oh, okay. But yeah, I watched it. I watched it on a Substack, which I actually posted the link in my last video. Speaking of which, I know y'all was probably like, Chris, why haven't you been doing the video in the past couple of days? I just felt like I had mental burnout. Um, I don't know if I have seasonal depression or whatever the case is. Maybe I need to get that checked. But there's times where I'm on social media and I'm just like, I don't want to be bothered with people. I don't want to go out. I don't want to hang out. I don't want to do certain things. So I kind of just like isolate myself. Except for when I had to go to work yesterday, which was intentional. I picked up a shift to go to work because I was technically supposed to have Christmas off. But I picked up a shift because I wanted to, number one, I wanted that time and a half. And number two, I wanted to work a Knicks game. I'm always working the Knicks games, and I always wind up in a good section too. So, well, they see the way I work. So I'm either in the 100, was on the sixth floor. I'm always on the floor. So it's so they always have me in all the good spots. So I wasn't complaining. So I was like, well, I want to go to work, and I actually and I went to work and I had a good time seeing my coworkers, all other stuff. But yeah, I was just like, you know what? I just didn't have it the energy or within me because I see like everybody else be up in here. Yeah, I gotta put out videos, algorithm, all that stuff, and that's cute or whatever, and it definitely helps with the money and everything. But I just felt like I needed a moment to just decompress, not deal with having to jump online and put a show together and all that other stuff. I feel like there's only one person I had this conversation. Friend to the show, Robert and I had a little private conversation regarding this, and I just felt like I just wanted to come out and let you guys know that. So it's like I just needed a moment, take a couple of days to be present by myself, and also catch up on some stuff that I haven't done in a while too. Because I already know 2026 is probably gonna be busy as hell. So I got to figure out, all that balance and all that other work when I get around to it. I'm shocked and not shocked at the same time how the white entitlement running these entities don't think they're acts of unjust censorship. Because they're short sighted. And I always think about that too. Like, I was sitting there looking about, like, do y'all not realize this is like short term gain for what? Monetary reasons? Like, y'all not looking at the big picture. So, yeah, this is cute now. But is this going to serve you a year from now, 4 years from now? Like, y'all jump thinking like doing this is gonna help you in the long run, because once you've crossed that threshold and once you open a Pandora's box and you've killed the trust of the demographic that you normally pander to, that's it. Clearly, I mean, it's literally the same thing I felt about MAGA Minaj, which I'm kind of pissed off about, and I'll probably say this later on. How y'all giving Heidi N Closet credit for the MAGA Minaj? I've been calling her that for the past month. And I call her either MAGA Barbie or MAGA Minaj. But y'all giving Heidi N Closet the credit? Okay. Why? Because she's well known, more well known than I am? But okay. Whatever y'all say. Warner Brothers had a great run this year, probably the best of them. Yeah, definitely they did. I love one battle after me. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Tiana Taylor got on my damn nerves in that movie, but that is going to show she was doing the damn thing in there. I definitely want to see her in more stuff. I'm thinking, you know what I would love to see her as, and this is only because I've seen her do a recent fashion show. Y'all need to make her a member of the Dora Milaje. That's what y'all need to do. Because when I see her come out in that, when they did that Black Panther fashion show, and it was her and Okoye walking down the red carpet with them spears, and they was like giving full on Ungawa Black Power. I was like, oh no, we need her in a Black Panther movie. So Ryan Coogler, I'm putting out there that energy out in the universe. If you can hear me, cast Tiana Taylor as one of your Dora Milaje in the next Black Panther movie. Please and thank you. I haven't seen it, but isn't Pedro Pascal in that? You are welcome. Because I was wondering, I was like, okay, this is going on a little too long, but um here's the thing with YouTube, it shouldn't matter like how long you do segments or videos or whatever. This is why, no shade to my friend um over there at We Are You Radio, because I remember at one point, it was probably like 2 years ago, he wanted me to come aboard and do something for his radio station, have my own show and stuff. I was like, I can't do the old guard radio thing. And shout out to Ebro, because he was talking about this, the difference between podcast and radio is the fact you only have a couple of minutes to be able to get your words in and say what it is you want to go say. I can't do that. Like, I can't boggle my stuff down. Like, okay, like you're only gonna give me 10 minutes to say what I need to say, and then I get back to the music. I was gonna say I did that back in the days of all digital, but I didn't. I pretty much had my own show, and then I would play like a song or two in between. Like once I got to I had a 2 hour show, if y'all remember. For those of you who've been following me long before, I've been doing the Chris Avalon, unfiltered. For that, I forgot how long I've been doing. I think I did like 7, 8 seasons of that before he let that radio station go to hell. I don't give a fuck. Ain't no hell in this damn tongue. So when I did that radio show, it was like, yeah, the first hour it was like we take a break, play a song, and then I come back and I do the rest of the show. I kind of like that. We can't just do like, okay, I'm just gonna play music and I just come in with like a 5-minute segment, me talking celebrity news and gossip or giving my full opinion, and then that's it. That's why I haven't done like a show, like a radio type thing anymore. 100% on reading the Ellisons and because the Paramount, they're about to run that into the damn ground. But I get seasonal depression during the summer. It's like you get it during the summer, I get it during the winter. Summertime, I love the summer. Probably because I was born in the summer. Did Tiana Taylor leave music for acting? Yeah, I think she did. She did music a long time ago. But then again, she did release music, because I remember she said at one point she was leaving music to become a creative director. And now I feel like she's come back to it as some sort. I hate when people say, I'm quitting or I'm retiring and that sort of thing. Don't quit, don't retire. Just say, just step away and try other things. And if the inspiration hits you, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna use my acting money and I'm gonna use all the other money that I make from different places to create and produce my own music, then you do that without the backing of a label. Tiana Taylor's got a big enough fan base where she could do like a couple of small venues and put on shows and scratch that artistic itch without a major label backing. Because the record industry is in shambles. Don't even get me started on that foolishness. Speaking of which, I want to give a shout out to some of the celebrities I saw yesterday at the Knicks game. Chrissy Teigen and the family was there. John Legend, Chrissy Teigen and the kids was there in Celebrity Row. Also, Sierra was there with Russell Wilson and the kids too. So I love the fact when it was like, yeah, for Christmas, the celebrities like to spend time at you know, at the garden. Tracy Morgan was there too. I didn't see Spike Lee. He probably was there, but I didn't see him. All right, y'all. So now, since we was talking about 2025 in the box office report, let's get into this story. So I did compile a list because 2026 is literally around the corner. And I did compile a list of the most anticipated films of 2026. I'm trying to see, should I give my full rundown of like all the, because I'm going to have to do it this strange way where it's photos and having to do that back and forth. Okay, so hold on. So yeah, I did compile a list of my most anticipated films that's coming out next year. And if you all have a list of films that y'all looking forward to, definitely chime on in the comments. So in regards to all of that, 2025, as y'all know, was like a pretty interesting year regarding movie releases. There was a couple of films, a lot of them that came out that this year that I loved. I love Weapons, I love Companion, I love Sinners, I love Queens of the Dead, I love 28 Years Later, I love me some Silent Night, Deadly Night. I like Superman. I also, like I said, I just saw One Battle After Another. Definitely love that movie. So there was a lot of great films that came out this year. But I will say this: 2026 has definitely got me more hyped for what's to come. So I'm definitely looking forward to a lot of what's coming in 2026. Now, I did do a couple of, I have my top 10 most anticipated films because there's a lot of movies coming out. So I didn't want to just do like 50. So I just compiled it to 10. But what I did do was an honorable mention. So I got a couple of those. If you don't mind, let's get into them. So hold on as I pull this other situation up. And let's get into that. So one of my most hold on, that wasn't what I wanted to do. How did this get okay? So we have this. So I'll just leave it there like that because that's the only way I could bring that photo up for now. I don't know. Sometimes my website be wanting to play with me. So one of the films that I have, I don't remember, it's in no particular order, whatever the case is. This shot is from a movie called Apex, which I just saw the trailer to, and it looked relatively interesting. So if you can't tell who this is in this picture, the guy in the front, that's Taron Egerton, who seems like he's the new king of Netflix. He's just doing a lot of straight to Netflix movies. And the queen of Netflix, I guess we can call her that, is Charlize Theron. So they're doing a movie together. So basically, it's this film called Apex, which is a stripped down survival thriller from Icelandic filmmaker Baltasar Kormákur. The film centers on an adrenaline junkie who sets out to conquer a menacing river, only to discover that nature isn't the only thing out for blood. So Taron Egerton is playing like a guy who's trying to kill her, basically. And it also was written by Jeremy Robbins, and it stars, as I said, Charlize alongside Taron Egerton and Eric Bana's in it. So it's kind of got like this vibe of like The River Wild. Remember that movie with Meryl Streep when she tried to be an action hero at one point? She got a soft spot for that film. Who else was in that? Kevin Bacon? I'm trying to remember. It's been minutes since I've seen that film. But so they said that it's spanning survival spectacle Everest, and the creature thriller Beast has consistently leaned into physical endurance and moral pressure under extreme conditions. And the one thing I guess is that the reason why I want to see this because I like seeing Charlize in action movies or whatever. And if they're gonna allow her to challenge herself in that way via Netflix and you're not gonna let her do it theatrically, then I ain't mad. So um this is definitely a film that I want to check out. So now my next pick would be The Devil Wears Prada 2. Okay, why is it doing that with all the pictures? I guess I'm gonna have to leave it like this. The Devil Wears Prada 2, which came out about 20 years ago, almost. It reunites Meryl Streep, Emily Blunt, and Anne Hathaway. It's being directed by David Frankel and written by Aline Brosh McKenna. It's produced by Warner Brothers, Walt Disney, sorry, Walt Disney and 20th Century Studios. The film follows Miranda Priestley as she faces a digital era fashion industry collapse. So I'm thinking that because I was sitting there wondering, like, what could this movie possibly about? But it definitely makes sense that it's like, how does a Anna Wintour, and well, I told you I met her in person. She looks fabulous in person. A little skinny, on the skin T side, but she looks fabulous in person. Um, how does a Anna Wintour S type character survive in a fashion world where digital is taking over and the old way that we used to embody fashion is collapsing? So the new coming in and overtaking the old. How does that actually work? So they said the sequel's development coincides with Streep's ongoing collaborations with Disney, and Frankel's return signals a mix of satire and emotional reconciliation. So then, of course, then my next choice that we have is Toy Story 5. I said, isn't going to do that with everyone? I mean, like, it's annoying. Toy Story 5. So, Toy Story 5 is Toy Story 5. Need I say more? So, I don't think I need to say much about Toy Story 5. And you know how I feel about animated films. I don't particularly care for them, but Toy Story 5 is kind of like my childhood. So, I love Buzz Lightyear. I love Woody. I love all the characters in there. So, those are my childhood because I was one of those kids that, play with physical toys. And it's like, how is it gonna work where kids no longer want to play with the Buzz Lightyears and the Woodies and the dinosaurs and so many other toys, and we've graduated onto iPads. Because that's literally what this is. It's like the kids are pretty much they don't play with toys anymore and action figures, and now they're moved on to gadgets and iPads and PS, these little game. Well, see? This made me sound old too. I was like, what are the new type of gadgets the kids like the switch, the Nintendo switches, and I was gonna say Game Boy. That was my childhood. We had the Nintendo, but yeah, um, I'm gonna go back to this picture because the other thing, this whole situation is annoying the hell out of me in regards of how I was doing that. So I'm gonna just leave this up here because the thing, like, what the thing I was doing before with like trying to show y'all the pictures and everything, I probably should have converted all of these, but then it would have taken a lot where I had to put like 50 pictures in here, and it would have just been a mess. So my next choice, of course, well, not of course, but my next choice for honorable mentions will be Clayface. So, part of James Gunn's DC universe, Mike Flanagan, who did The Life of Chuck, and Hossein Amini, who was behind Drive, wrote Clayface, and James Watkins, who directed Speak No Evil, directs for Warner Brothers Pictures and DC Studios. Now, Tom Reese Harry stars as Matt Hagen, a disfigured actor whose obsession with performance mutates into monstrous self-destruction. Naomi Aki, Max Minghella, and Eddie Marsan co-star. Now, part of James Gunn's DC universe, the film reimagines the shape-shifting Batman villain through a psychological horror lens, groundbreaking the comic myth in guilt, transformation, and the erosion of identity, which definitely will be a good thing to tackle. So I'm looking forward to this movie. Though we haven't seen a lick of a trailer or any kind of photos, whether it's on set or even like any studio backed photos to give us an inside look on this film. Haven't seen anything, but because Mike Flanagan is behind it, and I'm a fan of a lot of his work, I'm looking forward to seeing this movie. Another honorable mention that I have is Disclosure Day, which I don't know what the hell this movie is about. All I know is Steven Spielberg's directing it. We have people like Emily Blunt is in it, and a bunch of other actors. And then when Emily Blunt is a reporter, all of a sudden the alien taps into her and she starts speaking his language. I just thought that was fascinating. The alien obsessed, conspiracy theory community, they're obsessed with like aliens and stuff. So, Stephen, we know you have experience in directing alien based projects like E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and War of the Worlds, which I like half that movie. The one with Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning. I like half of the movie. I don't like the whole thing, but there's parts of it I like. Although I always end up going back to it. Maybe I'm always expecting it to get better, but I like some of the stuff in there for what it was. He wasn't the greatest dad, and seeing, I guess, him in that way, probably was rubbing me the wrong way. But the showing the fact that he's playing an imperfect character is probably it's a good thing in theory. But I think that was my issue with the film because I was like, I don't like seeing that side. But there are dads out there that are like him. But anyway, so I just hope that in your age range, that you haven't lost your touch regarding telling compelling stories, regarding a whole alien type situation. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing what this movie is. Now, another film that's one of my honorable mentions, I will say, is Werewolf, which is being directed by Robert Eggers. Now, here's the thing: I did like Nosferatu, but I will say this: I had a love-hate relationship with it. To me, it was giving all style and the substance was really there, which is a beautiful film to look at. I love the costumes. I like the overall cinematography. Boring though. So I'm just hoping that if you're gonna do a movie about werewolves, and especially when it comes to vampires and werewolves, is my favorite, and zombies are like my favorite genre of horror films. If you're gonna give me another boring ass movie with people speaking, with that British accent, and then it's just a lot of period piece type stuff, you're not gonna give me nothing compelling to like grasp onto. I'm gonna be annoyed. So I'm hoping that this movie is good, even though since this is your follow up to, Nosferatu. I just hope the movie doesn't suck. So, but we'll find out when the trailer comes out. Now, speaking of zombies, werewolves, that sort of thing. Well, we should probably talk about zombies because it's about people who died and was brought back to life. Let's talk about The Bride. So, The Bride is another honorable mention. This film was, I think, it was written and directed by Maggie Gyllenhaal. Her husband is in it. Her brother, obviously, Jake, is in it. Because when you make movies, a lot of times you do get a little nepotistic, and you want to have people that you are familiar with, or that are also actors. You can put them in your film. This film tells the tale of the Bride of Frankenstein. Christian Bale's playing Frankenstein, or Frankenstein to be specific. So I'm looking forward to seeing this film. The trailers, I've seen it every time I go to the movies. They show this trailer. I haven't seen it anywhere else, but usually when I go see movies, they always play The Bride before every film that I've seen so far this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing this film because the trailer looks really good. It looks weird. It's a little bonkers, but it looks interesting. Mortal Kombat 2. Now, that movie is supposed to come out in October, but because apparently the studio had so much faith in the film, they moved it to 2026. I'm not expecting Shakespeare when it comes to the Mortal Kombat, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. Especially, the fatalities and the fight choreography. And Carl Urban coming in playing a much older and washed up Johnny Cage. I'm just hoping that this movie doesn't suck. I just hope the script is much stronger than the first film and that the characters are utilized way better. So I'm looking forward to that. Now, another superhero film based on well, it's not a superhero film, but they're kind of like superheroes, but in the video game realm that is in the same vein as a Mortal Kombat. We got Street Fighter. So I ain't expecting Shakespeare with this either. I did like the promo photos. We got to see a little bit of the teaser from the Video Game Awards, but it doesn't look. Back watching the teaser, I'm like, this doesn't look good. It felt like it was rushed, and y'all just want to throw something together just to give people something to look forward to. Y'all do need to work on a lot of what was there. Now, I will say this: I did like some of the fight choreography that we got to see in the little quick clips or whatever. But I just hope that it still has that campiness of like the Jean Claude Van Damme one that came. I don't say it need to be corny, but if it give us a little bit of that, let's not take it so too serious type situation, then I'd be here for it because you can't take something like Street Fighter serious. Then we have, which is coming out next month, 28 years later, The Bone Temple with Ray Fiennes reprising his role as Dr. Ian Kelson. And we have it's basically tell the story of like how Spike joins terrifying cult leader Jimmy Crystal's killer gang as Britain is destroyed by the rage virus, and Killian Murphy is supposed to be coming back. Now, if you've seen the last movie, Jimmy Crystal is played by Jack O'Connell, who was the one in the beginning of the movie, survived the outbreak and was given the cross by the priest, and he went off and I guess figured out how to survive and became like this crazy cult leader. And then we had Ray Fiennes as the doctor who did what he did in the first film, and then we had Spike who kind of went off on his own and wanted to truly become like this boy to a man type situation and wanted to survive that without his father making up this story and trying to make him something he wasn't. So to see how all that plays out will be interesting. And then how they bring in Killian Murphy's character from the first film. And the rumor that is that he's supposed to be making an appearance in the third film that they're currently writing. So if they're saying that, then it's a giveaway that I guess he comes back. Because then I'm guessing they're going to get rid of Jimmy Crystal, and then we'll see what his story is going to be in the next film. And now, last but certainly not least, in my honorable mentions, we have Mandalorian and Grogu. I'm only going to say this because I've seen the first couple. Well, I watched the first 3 seasons on Disney Plus. But I will say this: I didn't add it to my top 10 because when I saw the trailer for this, it's giving me made for TV movie tease. It's not giving me something like it's like, oh my god, I have to rush to see this in the theater. I have A list, so if I use one of my A lists on it, it's not gonna hurt me no way. I don't think. Like I would never really spend money to go see this. I'll just use it as a part of my A list situation. And I do like the feeling, like the whole Western tone of it. John Favreau was supposed to be behind it. And I like John Favreau because he is a good director, but not entirely on board, especially because Disney and Star Wars, they're a mess over there. All right, so now let's get into our top 10 so we can get around to that. My top 10, number 10. So yeah, those are my honorable mentions. Now, number 10, I got Masters of the Universe. So at as a child of the 80s and 90s, y'all already know He-Man was one of my all-time favorite cartoons and action figures that I like playing with. I had the Castle Grayskull, I had the Snake Mountain, I had my I even went and begged my parents to take me to the movies to see, and it was a nighttime thing. It's funny how I remember all this because I remember it was like after school, whatever. I begged my parents, like, can you please take me to go see Master of the Universe in the theater? And so I got to go see it with my siblings. Loved the film as a kid. Yes, it's cheesy and corny now, but it's a part of my childhood, so I tolerate it. But all the stories that I've heard about this film, especially when it came out of CinemaCon earlier this year, everybody's talking about like they saw the storyboards and the costuming and how Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain and Eternia and all that's going to look. Hearing nothing but great things about it, and that's got me having high hopes. I don't know what this tone of it is going to be about. I don't know what the movie's gonna be about. I do like the fact that we have Travis Knight behind it because, he directed Bumblebee. So he was the one, in my opinion, that finally made a Transformers movie tolerable. Like, you take something as ridiculous as Transformers, you give it like heart and grit and soul and all these other things, and you really feel for the characters in that world. I'm gonna get behind this, that you could take something that on paper is the corniest thing under the sun and give it a heartbeat in a way. So that's the only reason why I'm looking forward to this. Plus, I'm hearing great things coming out about the movie. So I'm really looking forward to this film. And they tell me, who's the demographic? Who cares about that? I do because it's part of my childhood. Now, I don't know how they'll have to figure out a way to market this to the next generation. They do have the He-Man animated stuff on Netflix. So, for those people who have gotten into it because of the Netflix animated show, maybe they'll come on board and see this movie, or depending on how it looks in theaters. I mean, the trailers or whatever, I'm sure it'll get people to come out and see it. But I'm looking forward to it because we got Nicholas Galitzine as He-Man and Prince Adam. You got Jared Leto as Skeletor, and we got Idris Elba. We got a lot of people that's up in this film. So um, I'm actually hoping that it gets to be a cross between Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings. I'm also hoping that we spend more time on Eternia than Earth because remember in the original film with Dolph Lundgren, we spent more time on Earth than Eternia. In the beginning and the end of the movie, they did the Eternia thing, but they spent more time on Earth. Maybe because it was the 80s and it would have been crazy to do all that on soundstage to try to build that world. So it was easier to do a film based on the budget they were given, based on the source material, that they had to center it more or less on Earth. So maybe that was the reason. I don't know. I'm assuming. But in this day and age now, it's like, oh no, let's spend more time on Attorney and getting in and becoming more interested in that world than on Earth, because we're already seeing that. Now, number 9, my choice for that is Scream 7. So, the upcoming film, you already know, is riddled with controversy. I still think that Spyglass did the dumbest thing under the sun by firing Melissa Barrera because she spoke out on this whole Israel-Palestine conflict. I'm still pissed off about that, but I definitely feel like I'm not going to punishing a studio for what they did. That just doesn't make sense to me. I feel like speaking out on pro-Palestine situations, donating money to pro-Palestine organizations is where the real work is, and getting that word out there on what Israel is doing to Palestine and all the other political stuff that's going on. To me, I feel like using your voice in that way is a much better thing than being like, you know what, I'm so mad at this student because they didn't bring my favorite actors back. So I'm gonna go and ruin this movie for all the people that aren't really plugged in to that whole Scream 7 controversy. But the only reason why I'm on board with this whole Scream thing is because Nev Campbell's back as our Scream Queen, Sidney Prescott, and we have Kevin Williamson, who created Scream with his script on Scream, Scream 2, and Scream 4. So him coming back to direct and take the mantle that left behind by the dearly departed Wes Craven, that's the only reason why I'm coming at. Plus, that first trailer for the movie looks really good. So that's another reason why I'm on board with Scream 7. I just hope it doesn't suck. But from what I'm hearing, it's getting some good reviews based on some of the test screenings. Now let's talk about, and I already have my issues about radio silence, whatever, with the whole Scream thing, but their movies were tolerable and watchable. Now, speaking of radio silence, let's get into our number 8 pick, which would be Ready or Not 2, Here I Come. So I love Ready or Not. To be honest, I felt like the first film could have just been a one and done. I felt like y'all did what needed to be done with this whole thing. And I was like, how could they possibly come out with a sequel? What interesting idea. Then I saw the trailer, which I think came out last month. Y'all had me at the beginning of that film, like with the whole thing of bringing her sister in and this whole new family of people that they had to survive, and seeing people like Sean Hannity and Sarah Michelle Gellar and Kevin Durant and some of these other icons that play in the whole genre movie world. That had me come in. Plus, you know, I forgot the actress's name that plays her sister, but she was in Abigail, which was a good movie. So here's the thing. One thing I will say about Radio Silence is not really good at taking on other people's IPs. I really like Scream. I didn't like kind of the direction they were trying to take Scream, but their original horror content, like Ready or Not, Abigail, that sort of thing, they're good with that. They're good with coming up with using horror and coming up with their own stuff that makes it interesting on their part. Okay, so now my number 7 pick is Supergirl. So I will say this. Superman is kind of like, I have a love-hate relationship with that movie because there were certain tone decisions that James Gunn was putting in that movie that I was in the trenches with you for a bit, and then there were parts where you was taking me out. So and this may be controversial to say because I hate when people go, when I say some good things about James Gunn, y'all want to come at me and act like I'm a Zack Snyder hater. I'm not, because I'm a fan of Man of Steel. I love that movie. I actually like Man of Steel more than I like Superman. And clearly, Superman didn't surpass Man of Steel at the box office financially. So then there's that story. I did not like Kara Zor-El's cameo in Superman. I don't. It just didn't fit for me. But watching the teaser trailer, or should we call it a trailer? I don't know. I get so confused with what's a teaser, what's a trailer. Y'all will say something's a teaser, and it's 3 minutes. I'm like, that's not a teaser. That's a full-fledged trailer. But since y'all saying that's what it is, I'll just go along with it. So the Supergirl trailer, I was like, okay, I get the tone of this. Where she's coming from. She's like letting you know in the beginning, she's not like this goody two shoes type of superhero. This is a girl who's lost everything. She lost her family. She lost, her friends. She lost all the things that she's known from Krypton. There's no significance or connection when you look at a Superman from Krypton because he was a baby when he came to Earth. Kara Zor-El was already living on Krypton and was aware of what was going on when Krypton was destroyed. So there's a connection there, which is why I understand why she's drinking away her woes and she's partying and she's doing these other things. So taking that sort of direction on it, we're making her more of an can we call it an anti-hero? I guess. Like she's flawed, which we need to make those characters like that because quiet as it's kept, Superman is not an interesting character. He's kind of boring because like, how do you make someone perfect imperfect? Where he's more powerful in a locomotive, all these other things. So I kind of like the tone with that. And yeah, I know some people are complaining because there's a bit of that Guardians of the Galaxy vibe that they're bringing with Supergirl. But I like the trailer so far. I just need to see more Lobo. So I'm looking forward to that. So that's on my list with that. And plus, I like Millie Alcott because I like her on House of the Dragon. Seeing what she's going to bring to the movie has definitely got me excited. Now, number 6, we're almost at the halfway point, is Michael. So y'all already know how I feel about biopics. I'm not a big fan of biopics. I always feel like a lot of them are watered down and they tend to follow the same damn structure. And y'all already know how I felt about Bohemian Rhapsody, even though the same writer from Bohemian Rhapsody wrote Michael. Wasn't a fan of Bohemian Rhapsody because how you going to come up in here and make a movie about an openly gay? Was it really openly gay? I mean, we all knew he was a Ronzo maggot. We already knew he was openly. I mean, we knew he was gay. Well, I didn't really grow up on Queen because I was. Yeah, Queen came out. Well, yeah, Queen came out way before I was born. When was the last time it came out with an album? Like 81? or something or another. I was like, I wasn't even born when Queen was queening. So, and this was like in the 70s, like what, 75, 76 or whatever. Okay, I wasn't born around them times. So, with Bohemian Rhapsody, it's like, how you gonna make a movie about a queer rock singer and basically wash away all the queerness, except do like this little montage where he goes to the bathroom for some tea room action, and that's pretty much the extent of his queerness. It's like, no, people always say, why you gotta make a thing about gay? It's like, but that's your superpower. Which, if you saw the recent episode 7 of Stranger Things, with Will did his whole coming out monologue, um, you kind of look at it as like, yeah, part of the queerness, that's a superpower. So him getting on that stage and having the confidence and strutting around and that flamboyantness or whatever, that's like your superpower. That's your armor. So to kind of wash all of that out, make it seem like he was more in the pussy than he was, that irritated me about that film. So the only thing that's got me interested about Michael is the fact that how they plan on exploring his career as a global pop star as well as his personal life. Because remember, at one point, we talked about on this show, and people was like, well, where's the evidence? Google is free, right? Like, look it up. It's all there. And it was like the major trades was talking about this. And what they were talking about is, because I feel like I'm jumping the gun, I didn't tell you what it was. The fact that they had to cut out the entire third act because of Estate, the Michael Jackson, those incompetent asses over there. Forgot to mention they couldn't tell a story of one of his SA accusers after they had settled with him. So they filmed a whole scenario around the trial. That was supposed to be the whole third act situation. But then they realized, oh, part of the deal was you can't talk about any of the SA stuff or bring up the people who sued him. What was it, Jordan? Was it Jordan Chandler or was that the new one? With trying to remember the kid's name. I can't remember. But one of his accusers. And some people sit out here saying, and I kind of agree with it, Michael you were so dumb because you put yourself in these situations. After that first damn story came out about some child accusing me of diddling with their parts, oh, I would have stopped hanging out with little kids. I'm like, fuck y'all, keep them in the distance. I don't need them kids around me. I don't need y'all coming to the Neverland Ranch, getting on the merry-go-rounds or sleeping in the same bed. Like, you literally opening yourself up to getting that. Like, oh, if you settle with this person, then any person can come along and say that you did something to their kid, even if you didn't do nothing. So I would have been like, oh no, keep them kids away from me. I would just focused on having my own kids. And then there could be a whole situation. If you have your own kids, then kids come over, do whatever, but you also need to keep your distance because you still don't want them people talking. So besides that, and the fact that Jafar Jackson, his nephew, is playing him, and Antoine Fuqua, who is like one of my favorite filmmakers, is directing. Those are the only reasons why I'm looking forward to watching this movie. Now hold on, because I want to see if I want to try something else. Let's see if it'll work this time. Because y'all was getting on my damn nerves before with this whole thing. Because I feel like for the top 5, let me see if I can pull up these files. Oop, hold on. Okay, so let's get into our top 5. I'm glad y'all are still sticking around because I know this is a long one. If it don't, we might have to go back to the other thing. But let's see. Number 5. Oh, look, it worked. It's probably because I had too many pictures. Well, basically on this, you could tell Spider-Man. Can you feel a brand new day? That's the Wiz. Now, while I'm upset, as I stated before, that we haven't gotten a sequel to Shang-Chi 2, I will say that I'm glad that the director of Shang-Chi, Destin Daniel Cretton, you know, they threw him a little bone and they let him direct the new Spider-Man movie. Now, Tom Holland, as y'all know, returns as Peter Parker, who's trying to balance college work and being Spider-Man, but a mysterious force unravels the city, forcing him to confront old foes, new allies like a street-level Punisher, and redefine a hero's role, dealing with personal turmoil and a villain knowing his secrets. And some people believe that villain, well, there is oh my god, what's his name? The actor that was in I think he did Black Lightning, but they got him coming in playing Kingpin. I think that is the Kingpin. Yeah, because there's got to be a different Kingpin because they're not going to come up there and give you uh Vincent D'Onofrio. But they got him coming in to play him, and then they got Sadie Sink, who's coming in. They feel like she's the one that's kind of like playing a villain that knows her secrets. Some people are saying that she's also playing Jean Grey. I don't know. We haven't heard what character she's playing, but That's what I'm just looking forward to seeing what this movie's going to be about because I like Spider-Man, and it's nice to see that he's finally gonna be able to helm his own damn movie because y'all always got him uh you always got to give him like a big name co-star, like if it's Hulk or Iron Man's got to come in and pretty much, or Happy to help him out. Now, number four is Project Hail Mary. Now, I haven't read the book. I've heard it's a really good book, but Drew Goddard wrote the script, like he wrote the book for The Martian. He wrote the script for the book The Martian. I like The Martian. The same guy who wrote The Martian, the book, wrote Project Hail Mary. So it was nice to see that they brought Drew Goddard back to helm this one. And I like Drew Goddard because, like I said, he as I stated, he wrote The Martian. He also is supposed to be developing a fifth Matrix movie, which is good because the Wachowskis are clearly is like once y'all did The Matrix, y'all don't know, y'all kind of had burnout and haven't given us a good movie since. I will say this, I did like Sense8 from the Wachowskis, but that's about it. So yeah, I don't know much about the movie. As I said, it's adapted from a book. I like the trailer, and all the other stuff, and I like Ryan Gosling. I hope the movie does well, but I know it's got a really big following in regards to the book. There's a lot of people that love the book, so hopefully the movie is just as good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Now, number three, I would have to say is Avengers Doomsday. So I think I've pretty much beat a dead horse at this point. I don't need to go into a whole thing regarding the whole thing regarding Avengers Doomsday. You already know my overall thoughts, how I feel about it regarding the reservations of casting Robert Downey Jr. of Doctor Doom, especially when we've become accustomed to him playing Tony Stark Iron Man for almost over a decade, I believe. And also got trepidation surrounding the movie because, with past Avengers films, there was build up to Infinity War and Endgame. I don't feel like, as I've stated before in the previous Avengers talk, I don't feel like that we've built up to this whole doomsday situation. So I just don't feel like there's going to be a real payoff. But we'll see. And there's been a lot of failures of the box office regarding the MCU. We had Eternals, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, Thunderbolts, Captain America: Brave New World. Those movies didn't really do all that well financially. So there's that. But I think the only reason why I'm on board is because I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with how Robert Downey Jr. is gonna go do as Doctor Doom. The Russos are coming back. We got familiar faces like Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth, and members of the X-Men and Wakanda. So I'm excited from a nostalgia point, but until we see a full-fledged trailer, instead of these nostalgia bait teasers that we've been getting, regarding Chris Hemsworth and Chris Evans, then I'm gonna withhold my excitement until we see something like a full-fledged trailer. Now, my number two choice that I have is The Odyssey. I haven't seen that teaser. I haven't seen the 6-minute prologue situation that's being shown in theaters, but based on the teaser trailer, and I'm hearing people already complaining about the Homer's Iliad inaccuracies versus, from the teaser versus what's, in the book. And I'm sitting like, it's a teaser. Like, it's a minute and a half trailer. Y'all gonna come up and talk about and like, can y'all wait till the movie comes out before y'all start picking it apart? But this is what they do. They'll look at a still, they'll look at a shot from on location, and then they'll start ripping it apart. And stuff like you haven't seen the movie yet. So I'm withholding my reservations regarding the whole thing until I see the movie. So here's the thing. Y'all already know it just goes without saying that Christopher Nolan is one of the most important filmmakers of our time, along with, in my opinion, Denis Villeneuve and Ryan Coogler. These are like the triple trifecta of iconic directors right now that are working. I feel like he's one of the rare auteurs who can not only entertain an audience, but also throw you with the intense dialogue and nail-biting action, but can, make because I would say even like when you look at Oppenheimer, could care less about Oppenheimer. That movie, I was like, who gives a shit about this film? Well, clearly enough of you did, because the movie almost grossed $1 billion. But after seeing the film, it's like, who could make a movie about a man building an atomic bomb interesting? Christopher Nolan. So that's why we like him. Is because he's one of those people like just based on name recognition alone, he could get butts and seats. Ain't even about who's in the movie. Oh, it's a Christopher Nolan movie? Oh, bet I'm there. And I have a friend, one of my closest friends. He loves anything that Christopher Nolan puts out. He's a hardcore Christopher Nolan fan. So I'm like, you can have that. Me, I'm a Denis Villeneuve fan. So it's like I like Denis stuff, he like Christopher Nolan stuff. And I like some of Christopher Nolan's movies. The other day I watched Tenet when it was on Netflix. And I was like, even though I was like, what the fuck is going on in this movie? I like some of the crazy stuff that they put up in that movie. It's kind of like watching these last three episodes of Stranger Things. I didn't know what the hell was going on. It just felt so convoluted with the story. But they had me because visually it was interesting and the acting was compelling. So I think that was like I'll put that in the same boat as Tenet. But we got Matt Damon, Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, Zendaya, a bunch of other people that's in this film. So that's pretty much what's got me my interest peaked. And my number one choice that I'm going to choose like one of the most anticipated movies of 2026, Dune 3, aka allegedly Doom Messiah. So I love Dune, the first one. Dune Part 2, I love that even better. Even like even during that scene of like Timothy Chalamet coming out as the Muad'Dib, and he has that conversation with one of the men when they're inside the thing, and he gives that speech. Every time I watch that speech, that scene, I get this crazy chill that goes down my spine, and I literally just start tearing up because I'm like, this scene is so damn compelling. Where it's like he starts having this moment of like, yeah, he could literally look at you and just see into your situation, and it's like that's got people believing he's the Moadi. But if you read the book Doom Messiah, which some people say is a bit controversial, whatever, his character is not a good guy, and you start to see like some of the stuff that this dark turn that he takes. So y'all probably gonna see. Hopefully, they will do this movie and not make him sort of a hero, an anti-hero. That he kind of takes this sort of Anakin Skywalker becomes Darth Vader type turn in Dune Messiah or Dune 3, whatever the hell they plan on calling. But I'm thinking they're going to call it Dune Messiah. That would make more sense than to just follow the name. And I'm sure that even though the book is polarizing in a lot of ways, that Denis has made changes that could be more palatable for a cinematic audience. But in regards to that, I love sci-fi. I like deep, thought-provoking sci-fi films, and I am looking forward to seeing this movie. So, with all that being said, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Regarding 2026, is there any movies that you guys are interested in seeing that I may have missed, or that was on the list that you guys are looking forward to seeing as well? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Try to give Eggers No Ferrato another chance. Yeah, it was like I was so bored with that damn movie. It's like, what is this? I was so bored. Tyler Perry is facing. Child, where is that at? I'm like, let me find out Tyler Perry out here being accused again. Let me see. Is that up on the situation? Oh, an hour ago. Hold on now. We got some breaking news. Let me pull that story up. Goddamn. They said Tyler Perry sued for sexual assault by a new accuser and actor in a Madea movie. Okay, so let's pull up. Let's breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Eow. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on to your soap and sponge. Okay, so with that being said, let's get to this tape. So let's pull up actually the article. We'll read it all together as a class. It's funny because when you have to do this in real time, thank you for that report. Because who knows when the next time I come on board. So yeah, according to Variety, shout out to Mr. Perry. They said Tyler Perry has been sued over allegations of SA brought on by a new accuser, an actor who appeared in the 2016 movie Boo, a Madea Halloween. Now, in a lawsuit filed in LA Superior Court, Mario Rod. Child, he got a type. You went and allegedly you had that light bright Christian Keys allegedly. Then you had the white boy, Derek Dixon. Now we got ourselves a Latino. Arriba, arriba, boo. Anyway, let's get into it. So it's in a lawsuit filed in LA Superior Court, Mario Rodriguez alleges that Perry assaulted him on multiple occasions over several years at Perry's LA home. According to the complaint, Perry allegedly made unwanted sexual advances toward Rodriguez, including a 2018 incident in which Perry tightly hugged him and grabbed his binga. Well, look, we talking about a Latino, so we got to call it for what it is. Now, Rodriguez, who played frat guy number 10, not Damn, you even have a name. He said in Perry's Boo, a Madea Halloween is suing for SA, sexual battery, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. He is also bringing a claim against Lionsgate, distributor of Boo, a Madea Halloween, for allegedly ignoring Perry's accusation or action. Sorry. Rodriguez is seeking at least $77 million. Well, at least he didn't go for the full 200 like Derek did. Now, they said the complaint describes an incident that allegedly occurred in Perry's home screening room a few months after they met in 2015. Mr. Perry then put his hand on Mr. Rodriguez's leg and began rubbing his inner thigh right next to his finger. Mr. Perry told Mr. Rodriguez it's okay while he continued to rub his thigh. Now, Rodriguez alleges that the two broke off contact in 2019, but that Perry would periodically reach out to him after that. The complaint states that Rodriguez was motivated to bring his claim against Perry after reading reports about Derek Dixon's lawsuit earlier this year. Now, in response to Rodriguez's suit, Alex Spiro, a lawyer for Perry, said in a statement with Variety, having recently failed in another matter against Mr. Perry, the very same lawyer has now made yet another demand from more than a decade ago, which will also be a failed money grab. Why is it every time Tyler Perry, who, no shade, I do feel like is a church queen that has yet, with a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of influence, who has yet to come to terms with the fact that what he really likes. Because do I believe that Tyler Perry like pussy? Hell no. So, if he like put, let me not go there because I was about to say something else about another closet queen. Well, look, I believe that Perry like pussy about as much as Johnny McClurkin claim he been delivered. So why is it that when all these men are coming out and saying this other stuff, everything is a money grab? Just asking. Now, Spiro, who's referring to another lawsuit against Perry filed in June, Dixon, an actor who appeared on Perry's BET series The Oval, accused the filmmaker of sexual harassment and assault. Now, Dixon, who appeared in 85 episodes of the drama series, alleged that while staying at the entertainment mogul's guest house in June of 2021, Perry grabbed his cheeks while intoxicated. The lawsuit also cited alleged text messages in which Perry is said to have made repeated sexual comments and advances over several years. And we've seen them text messages. Dixon is seeking at least $260 million in punitive damages. Now, Jonathan Delshad, a Los Angeles-based attorney who represents Rodriguez and Dixon, pointed to numerous text messages allegedly exchanged between Rodriguez and Perry that bolster his client's claims. So now he's saying that not only does Derek Dixon have text messages between him and Perry that kind of gives that, is there proof of sexual assault? Not necessarily, but we're not going to sit up here and act blind and obtuse and try to act like there was no flirtatiousness going on between these men. It is clearly there in the text. So it said Mr. Rodriguez is looking forward to his day in court and holding Mr. Perry accountable for his actions. We do hope a jury awards enough money to make Perry regret his actions. Unfortunately, statements like those made by Perry's attorneys do nothing but enable Mr. Perry to continue to victimize people like Mr. Rodriguez. My client looks forward to a jury's determination of what happened. So Mr. Rodriguez realized that Mr. Perry was continuing to use his power and influence to SA hopeful actors, and with the voice of others, decided that it was time to tell his story to obtain justice and to finally stop Mr. Perry. This is according to the new complaint. When Perry became aware that Rodriguez was going to file this action, Perry once again reached out to Rodriguez by text, telling Rodriguez that Perry did so much to help Rodriguez and was that Perry was what? Did so much to help Rodriguez and was that Perry was okay. Am I losing it or is this not a miswrite? And was that Perry was feeling betrayed by Rodriguez? So he basically, to sum it all up, Tyler Perry was like, "I did so much for you, and this is how you repay me." I was like, first of all, yeah, I appreciate the fact that this is the opportunity for me to make it as an actor, which is what a lot of these people want. But you still don't have a right to think that there's supposed to be a quid pro quo type situation. Allegedly, this is what I'm taking from it: is that while you've been helping me in my career, that don't mean that now I have to give you autonomy to my body. Like, who said that? And it's I'm not even gonna go there because I was about to say something, but then people be like, I'm judging people based on looks and stuff, but I'm gonna leave it alone. And we just gonna play this up or see how not play it up, but we'll see how this plays out as you know, situations develop. First of all, I'm looking at his I was like, what does he look like? Is that him? First of all, he cute. He kind of look like, hold on now. He looked like a Latino Luigi Mangione. Let me pull that up to TMZ for this picture. Because I was like, we didn't see no photo from Variety. But this is no. Well, now why y'all gotta put these damn ads in there? That's what he looked like. I'm like, wait a minute now. Old boy out here looking like Luigi. I'm like, okay. Well, let me tell you something. Or is that Derek Dixon? It kind of do look. Well, look, don't be pulling up no old pictures of somebody if it's not them. But based on I was like, yeah, but if this is the story, why would they pull it up there? But yeah, so um that's the situation so far. I like Tyler definitely got taste. And I think I did say, yeah, okay, that is him. Cause I'm like, oh, he cute. Hold on now. Let me pull up a better picture. Yo, I am so sick of TMZ with these goddamn ads that they have in here. Hold on now. I say he definitely got taste. Cause I'm like, this boy look cute. He kind of look like Derek Dixon with a little more meat on his bones. The one thing I will say about you homosexuals, you closeted ones too. Y'all definitely know how to pickle. Y'all be trying to pick these men that's out of y'all league, no shade. But yeah, that's what he looked like. I was like, okay, cutie. How you doing? So yeah, so that's allegedly the guy who's accusing Pastor Perry of abuse and things of that nature. So with all that being said, I will definitely follow this story as it develops, but I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you believe this guy that's accusing Tyler Perry of assault? While we do have one that was insinuating some stuff happened until all of a sudden then he got his little coin and he shut up about it, Christian Keys. And then we had the other two that came out, Derek Dixon, and now this guy. That's three so far. Three men. Well, one of them didn't really say, but you put the breadcrumbs out there. We pretty much put it all, we followed the breadcrumbs and it led to this situation. Allegedly, saying all of that. Plus these two men that came out, one that literally looks like a cross between Luigi Mangione and Derek Dixon. Um, that's two and a half, I'll say. Counting Christian as a half. Because he was like putting the breadcrumbs out there, but didn't flat out say who it was. So yeah, we haven't heard a woman come out and accuse, or maybe I'm wrong, but I ain't never heard no woman come out and said Tyler Perry did something to them, except be disrespectful with them horrible ass wigs that he be putting on his actors. Even though the man got a lot of coin. But anyway, I'm going on a tangent. I definitely want to hear from y'all. I'm gonna definitely check this story as it develops. It literally just came out like an hour ago. So I will be following this story as it develops. I definitely want to hear from y'all. So with all that being said, definitely leave your comments on this story in the comments down below. So let me hold on a second. Let me go back on up. All right. So now let's see what the people is saying in the comments. You said Miss Perry not beating out. And every time, everybody that comes out and say it's a money, it's like, please. Why is that? Why is that always y'all go to? Oh, I forgot to say this. The iconic glutes. Okay, class action lawsuit. Not oh wait a damn minute. Luigi too damn fine. Tyler says he please. He like women as much as Noah Schnapp like women. Well, believe that. Anyway, we ain't trying to drag nobody out of the closet, but child, it's about as obvious as shit on a pig. I couldn't think of none. That was the first thing that came to my mind. I am mixed with I'm part Filipino, if that's what you want. Well, you said mixed with Japanese or Chinese. Yeah, I know I got Asian features. So That's why I've had people compare me to like I've heard you look like Jalen Brunson. I've heard you look like John Legend. I've heard all the stuff where people accuse me of it's the eyes. So yes. But anyway, where we go? Oh, let's get into this story because we was talking about Tom Holland's a day, all that other stuff. Well, what's on the curb is Miss Mamas might be pregnant, and I got the photos where we could sit and speculate whether or not she is with child or not. But in the meantime, let me pull up this AI photo that I came across so we could just play it up in the narrative. So the internet is out here speculating that Zendaya might be with child. And this time they're not being fueled by AI generated images, even though this one at the top over in the right, yet as an AI generated photo. But so they said that this comes from recent multiple sightings with her fiance Tom Holland and his parents. Beyond pregnancy chatter, fans are also speculated that Spider-Man co-stars may have already secretly got married. And so there's a recent photo of Zendaya, who's 29, and Tom Holland, who's also 29, and his parents, Dominic and Nicki Holland, surfaced over the weekend after being shared on social media by Tom's brother, Sam Holland. The snapshot was taken during a family outing to the Traders, live experience in London on December 21st, showing Zendaya smiling alongside Tom and his family as they enjoyed the evening together. Now, I do have that photo as well, and then they got the fake baby sonogram, which was actually kind of funny that they put that one together. So yeah, there's this picture here where you see Zendaya all on the far right taking a picture in like this big giant, I don't know if that's a coat or a shirt, whatever the case is, because she is a fashion girl. And Zendaya's not gonna be out here wearing no oversized outfits. She's gonna wear something that shows off her slim frame. But she looks a little chunky in the face too. And then you see Tom Holland, Zendaya, and his parents in this photo. So that's one of the photos. Yeah, I'll bring up the other photos again. And then if you look at his brother's Instagram carousel, captioned with a playful nod to the event's theme, quickly went viral and reignited speculation about the couple's relationship milestones, with fans noting how close Zendaya appears with her future in-laws and sparking fresh chatter about everything from engagement to a potential future family situation. So then there was these pictures also, hold on, as I pull that up, of Zendaya out for a walk. It looks like it's Zendaya with Tom, and I don't know if that's the security. And then you see the dogs and all other stuff. She's wearing an oversized coat there, and like look like mom jeans she got on. First of all, I don't know, from a distance, them shoes look hideous. Well, they said Tom Holland and Zendaya seen walking their dogs Noon and Daphne recently, and I'm guessing that's their security. And then there's this picture also where there's a close up. It's like, why you wearing that big ass, ugly ass coat? Here's another one, and then another one. So yeah, these are all the photos that they're sitting here talking about that this is, what's going on. I'm gonna leave that up for a second while we get through the rest of this article. And they're saying, like, why fans think that she's pregnant. So the pregnancy rumors first surfaced last month when the Euphoria star was spotted on the set of the upcoming Spider-Man movie alongside Tom Holland during his Make-A-Wish event. At the time, fans noticed what they believe was slight weight gain, but largely brushed it off. However, during a recent appearance, particularly the now viral photo with Tom's parents, has reignited speculation, with many convinced the actress might actually be with child. Now, the chatter has also been fueled by Zendaya's baggy outfits, with some fans claiming she appeared to be hiding her belly with her bag in the pic. Further, and that was like an old school way that they used to do things. Like when you would watch sitcoms and other shows and stuff, they would always find little tricks to hide your pregnancy. But then sometimes you're looking at them like, child, we gonna tell you pregnant big as a damn house. And TV also adds 10 pounds. So then it said all others have also pointed out that her recent fits lean more towards comfort than her typically sharp fashion forward style. And she ain't walking out the house in no damn t-shirt. And if she does, she's gonna make it fashion. Especially with having, you know, Law Roach on speed dial, who helps her put her looks and everything together. Now, alongside pregnancy speculation, fans are also wondering if the couple may have already gotten married, with it being over a year since their engagement and the pair known for keeping their personal lives extremely low key and private. Social media theories suggest a secret wedding may not be entirely out of the question. So yeah, it was a bunch of things. People posted a tweet and said one girl said, "I have a feeling Zendaya's pregnant," and showed a GIF of that of Raven Baxter, aka from That So Raven, and go zooming in her eye with the whole prediction thing, how they would do on that show. So that was one of those. And then they had another person says Zendaya's pregnant. She's been hiding in public for months. She usually wears tight sweaters or shirts. And so there's that. Here's the thing. Do I think that Zendaya is pregnant? I don't put nothing past these celebrities. She might be. Who knows? But I feel like whenever Euphoria comes out, who knows when? I don't even know when Euphoria is coming out. I know that HBO recently put out their thing where they were showing like the shows of and everything of what's going to be coming within the next year, and they showed a clip of Euphoria. So unless they plan on like unless they plan on promoting it around the time of when she plans on losing, having the baby and losing all the weight, kind of like with Cardi B, where it was like Cardi tried her damnness to hide the pregnancy of her fourth child, which we all kind of knew was like, she's pregnant. Come on, she just had a baby. And then she got pregnant by Stefan, and now she had baby number four. And was trying to lie to us and hide it for the longest. And then it got to a point where you couldn't hide it no more. You had to come out and tell us the truth. Which you don't owe us anything in regards of what's going on in your personal life, but sis, like, we not blind. We all got eyes. We can see what's going on. So I don't know if this is necessarily pregnant. If she is, congratulations to her and Tom. They deserve all the happiness in the world. I love the idea that they've been able to find the balance of having the A-list career and also wanting to maintain the privacy of their relationship and wanting to build a family because they genuinely love each other. So if that's going to be the thing. That's great. And I guess we'll find out if whether or not the rumors are true once she gets around to promoting Euphoria. And if the sleuths, but in the meantime, sleuths keep sleuthing, and we'll just have to speculate until the official tea is spilled by Zendaya, Tom, and their whole team, or whatever the case is. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe the possible rumors based on the photo evidence that I just presented to you that Zendaya probably is about to be their mommy? So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. And there I said to quote my best friend Tyler, it's not Tyler is queer as $3. Child. Exactly. Laura Roach is such a guy. I like Laura Roach. A lot of people don't like him. I love him. I like cheap queens. I like messy queens. Shout out to Gia Gunn. I love messy queens. I love girls, and I love the girls that aren't afraid to say what's on their mind and to put it out there. So, and Laura, Laura's perfect for like Project Runway and all that other stuff. I hope we get to see more of him on uh Drag Race next season. Speaking of which, I gotta see the new Drag Race Canada, because it's like that's the episode where they do the lip sync battles. Oh my god, let me tell you something. I was never like a really big fan of Canada's Drag Race, but they really been turning it this season. The queens are messy. They're not afraid to get they not trying to be all Canadian. When the Canadians are also, oh, they're so honky dory and don't want to hurt people feel. They like, fuck your feelings. In the words of RuPaul, feelings are not facts. So um if we're gonna be messy, if we're gonna sit up here and create alliances and go against that alliance, that's what's gonna happen. So I'm living for the season, and the fact that Brad ain't been there, and I did cackle when they did make a little break the fourth wall joke against Brad not being on the show, because they've had Carson on there a lot, which I feel like, Carson is so much better for the Canadian version. Brad Goreski never really gave me what needed to be given on that show. He fits more on there, so let him do that. Let's get more T.S. Madison and more Laura Roach on the American show and call it a day. I can't wait till we get to that RuPaul's story later on about him and his silence with all of what's going on with the whole Trump administration going against, coming after the queer community and all that other stuff. Because I feel like it's going to be an interesting take on that. But anyway, so let's get back into the rest of the show. And let's talk about Kim Zolciak. So apparently Kim can't seem to catch a break because word on the curb is the IRS says that she owes them a lot of cointadas. And it's like, girl, what are you out here doing? I was like, wait a minute, don't I have? Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on, let me pull it up. I was looking for it. Well, we got it. So the Internal Revenue Service, aka the IRS, filed a lien on December 11th, totaling $163,804.30 against the Real Housewives of Atlanta alum for unpaid taxes for 3 years, according to Us Weekly. Zolciak, who's 47, that's a 147. Zolciak was 47, reportedly owes the government 104,009 wait, $104,009.82 for 2019, $24,471.87 for 2023, and $35,322.71 for 2024. If it was anybody else, her wig wearing ass would have been locked up. Like, fast as you could say Candace Dillon. Oh, sorry. Candace Dillon ain't doing that. It's Wendy Osifo. That's who it was. I done messed up the Married to Medicine reference. um, wait, Wendy is no, not Housewives of Potomac. That's what you're I done fucked up the thing. Anyway, let's get back into the thing. So they said this is the second lien the IRS has filed against her. Like I said, if it was anybody else, they'd have locked her ass up. But you get rewarded to be being mediocre in America. That's what I've learned. Ask Alex Cooper. So they said the Bravo star and her now estranged husband, Croy Bierman, has a federal tax lien filed against them in April of 2023. The two owed $1.1 million on unpaid taxes, interest, and penalties from 2013, 2017, and 2018, according to legal documents obtained by TMZ. They also owed the state of Georgia 15 grand for unpaid taxes in 2018, according to the report. Zolciak's rep didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. Now, Zolciak has been facing financial troubles since her split from Bierman in May of 2023. Quiet as it's kept, she's been facing financial troubles long before they announced a split. But because we kept talking about it on the show, the fact of the matter was, oh, I'm not going to leave this mansion until they force me out, whatever. I was like, girl, please. Like, there's been so many liens on that apartment. I mean, on that mansion. It's insane. But like I said, people like her, palm people, y'all get rewarded for being mediocre and all the other things. Her ass should have been locked up. Her and hips, and that's Croy. Who hips is bigger, or ass is bigger, Croy, or what's the man that Pimp Mama Kris Jenner is dating? Who got the bigger set of hips and ass? That should be a poll that we need to take on this show. What's his name? I forgot. Why does his Kim? His hips is bigger than Kim's. Now, they said in June 2024, she was ordered to pay $2,482.24 Target bill, or sorry, Target, because that's what we call it over here. Per court documents obtained by page 6, a judge ruled in favor of the complaint filed by Target National Bank, claiming she failed, neglected, and refused to pay off her credit card. Yeah, because she think all that money grows on trees and it's free. Oh, I'm gonna just run up the cards and not have to pay it back. You do know, like, when you run up a credit card bill, that they're hoping that you can pay that coin back in increments. That's not free money. They said in August of 20, oh, sorry, because I went ahead. So in August 2023, Saks Fifth Avenue and Capital One sued the KAB Cosmetics founder for more than 150 grand in unpaid credit card fees. In October of 2023, she and Bierman were ordered to pay Simmons Bank more than 230 grand after they defaulted on a home equity line of credit. And then, of course, I mentioned in 2024, she had to pay $2,482.24 Target bill. Now, Zosa is currently dating entrepreneur Kama Witz. Well, girl, get them knee pads out and get the slurping because you need them bills paid. So get to work because we know you ain't getting work anywhere else. Get them knee pads out and you know make sure do a little massagation of the jaw so you don't get it locked and get to work. You know how you women like her do. Now, after Bierman learned she was dating Moet, and that's talking about Croy, he reportedly warned Moe's estranged wife, Jillian Green, that the reality star will financially drain money from Kyle, just like you allowed her to do it to you. Now, according to Us Weekly report in June deposition regarding Moet's and Green's divorce, Green claimed Bierman also told her that Zolciak was narcissistic and had a gambling problem and that she wasn't present for her children. Now, Bierman filed for divorce from Zolciak in 2023 after nearly 11 years of marriage. Now, they do have 4 minor kids, and he also adopted her 2 eldest daughters and that sort of thing. So there's that. So shout out to you, Kim. Whenever talk about somebody who don't know how to handle a coins. But this doesn't come as a surprise to me at all that yet again she still owes money. Now the question remains: are y'all gonna continue to give her a pass, or is she gonna have the, you know, or is she gonna face consequences for not paying the IRS? But then I guess at the end of the day, if the president don't sit up in there and pay the IRS money that is owed, then why should she, right? So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are y'all shocked that Kim Zolciak out here owing the IRS the amount of money that she owes them? That's like, if a day ends in Y, Kim Zolciak got financial issues. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Smash? Am I wrong? Wait, what did I say? I totally forgot what the conversation was in regards to the whole Smash situation. I be saying stuff and it's just like, I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. So y'all gotta let me know in the comments specifically what the reference was. I mean, are we talking about Smash, the Broadway TV show? Which they actually turned into a Broadway play? Oh, excuse me. Okay, y'all. So now let's move on and get right back into the show. And let's talk about Taeyonce knows Carter Swift. So apparently, she came out with Life of a Showgirl, which some people saying is that literally showed that she's got music creativity fatigue. That you just throwing stuff at the wall right now. And she's got this obsession with always wanting to maintain the number one spot that she's giving y'all mid-ass music. So now people are out here annoyed and groaning over the fact that Taylor Swift revealed at the end of that docu series that she had just released over there on Disney Plus, that there's more music to come, which we shouldn't be surprised by that she was going to release more music. I just hope that she takes some time to be inspired creatively and give y'all something of quality instead of just, I'm gonna just throw music out there and because I'm Taylor Swift, the Swift things are just gonna buy whatever I'm giving y'all. And look, I know people can say, but yeah, the Life of a Showgirl is still doing well and it's making all this money, and yeah, that's great. But the reality is, a lot of people, even though they're being loyal to the cause, people are out here overall, and this is her fans saying this. Not, I don't care about Billboard and all that other payola bullshit, but her fans are even saying like, yeah, even though we're supporting and we're buying all the different variants and all the different things regarding this album, they're relatively disappointed in the music. I like Fatal Ophelia. That was a catchy ass song. But for the most part, I was bored with the record. And I'm not a Swiftie, but I like music. And yeah, I was kind of bored with the record. So let's get into the story. So Taylor Swift is showing no signs of slowing down despite calls for her to go away after releasing 9 new albums in 5 years. Wait, she released in a 5-year period 9 albums? That is crazy. I mean, that's all about feeding the beast, but I'm like, that's a lot. The performer, who's 36, teased her next album during the final moments of her Disney Plus docuseries, The End of an Era. The last scene of the series sees text flashing across the screen to fill viewers in on Swift's various achievements since wrapping up the Eras tour. The last frame reads, on October 3rd, 2025, Taylor released her 12th studio album, The Life of a Showgirl, the biggest album of her career, and continues before cryptically adding, to date. Now, Swift's fan base has interpreted this as one of the star's signature Easter eggs and as the first official tease of her next album. The singer hasn't slowed down in recent years, which has sparked criticism from some critics that she's become overexposed. Well, all of that comes from the fact that she's so thirsty and desperate to maintain that number one spot. But you don't want to put yourself in a position where you become so overexposed that even your hardest of chorus of fans get tired of you. It's like, okay, now we're gonna turn on you because that's how a lot of y'all are. Y'all are so fickle. I don't trust the fact of that y'all are real loyalists. Maybe she might be the rare bird, but y'all be quick to turn on somebody in a minute whenever it's just like the overexposure thing happens. But I understand it's like when you 35 years old or she 36, she's getting to that place where it's just like the industry kind of turns on you too, because when women become of a certain age, y'all don't really support women of a certain age. You get less spins on radio, that sort of thing. So they said she also released two live albums, embarked on her record-breaking Eras World Tour, which saw her perform 149 shows across the globe. And this is like in the 5-year period, where she released 5 studio albums along with re-recordings of 4 of her past studio albums, making for a total of 9 new albums in the short time frame. October's The Life of a Showgirl polarized fans and critics alike, becoming one of the worst reviewed albums of her career. However, Swift made it unmistakably clear she has no plans to retreat from the spotlight or slow down her career, as she delivered a cool, four-worded answer for her haters earlier this month. Now, during an appearance on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, the superstar issued a icy retort while reflecting on criticism that she makes too much music. She said, I think there are certain corners of our society that really love that and look up to longevity. And there's also corners that are like, give someone else a turn. Can you just go away so we can talk about how good you were? To which she shrugged and explained, I don't want to. Now, Swift went on to reveal that she leans on her tight inner circle, which includes her fiance Travis Kelce and Fleetwood Mac legend Stevie Nicks. I can talk to him about any of this, she said of the NFL star, adding that she still feels stunned by the milestone she's hit this era. Well, I guess when she does that, that Kevin McAllister, I'm so shocked face. She's still shocked by everything or stunned, as they say. I kind of feel like she's acting, but whatever. She said, getting engaged to the love of my life, getting all my music back, both of those things could have never arrived in my life, and I'm so grateful. Now, in October, she doubled down on her commitment to her career and her future output during a separate interview where she clapped back at a shockingly offensive rumor that her 12th studio album was secretly her last, saying The Life of Showgirl. She says, now speaking of Scott Mills on Radio 2 in October, shortly after announcing her engagement to Kelsey, she dismissed the viral claim outright. No, this isn't my last album. That is shockingly offensive. I'm not getting married to quit my job. That's what y'all would like. Y'all want her to be a trad wife. No, leave that shit for JoJo Siwa and her fake. I'm in a dick ass. Let her do that grift over there. But here's the thing, to get because I'm just like I'm over the article at this point. I pretty much my overall thoughts on this is if you have it within you to constantly create, because artists don't quit or retire. People with regular jobs retire from things that they want to do. If you have it within you to be creative, create as much music as you want. I don't care. But them trying to say, give other people a chance, maybe you need to tell that to the industry, because the only people out here who's making the industry money is Taylor Swift. Who else? The Weeknd. He's another one who's and there's somebody else I was trying to remember who is also making the industry music. But mostly off the top of my head, Taylor Swift and The Weeknd, and maybe even what's his name with the red hair? That sang that song Shape of You. I think he might be another one that's making the industry a lot of money. It's only I'm drawing a blank on him and I see his face in my damn head. And I just saw him at the damn Jingle Ball when I worked that. So um I don't know why I'm thinking Eddie Griffin. That's a black man. But anyway, so ugh. She's the only one making the industry money right now. Along with, like I said, The Weeknd, with him doing all them stadium tours, which I had people come up to me and tell me it was a good show, whatever. But so yeah, they're the only ones making people money. She has no chances of slowing down. Ed Sheeran, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't. I knew it was an Ed something. So Ed Sheeran's on, I believe, all three of them is out here making the industry money. So why would she want to walk away from that? But my only issue with her is like this obsession with, oh, I'm gonna purposely release my stuff around the same time other people's doing it. So I want to sabotage because I want that number one spot. I want to be the best of what I'm doing. So maybe she's kind of approaching music the same way Timothy Chalamet, and y'all be mad at him when he says it, is approaching acting. I want to be the best. I want to be the GOAT. I'm always trying to look for that thing so I can surpass everyone else. And people look at it as arrogance, but he's kind of taking sort of a hip hop rapper's approach to his acting career. The same thing with her in music. I mean, she's got some bops, but then a lot of times I'll be feeling like, Taylor, you a little mid with a lot of the stuff you be putting out. So I would want to be remembered for me putting out a lot of substantial work. And it's not always about I'm trying to feed an algorithm or I want to do all these other things. So maybe that's where the overall hateration that she's looking at it is coming from in regards to that. But as long as she continues to release music and she's got a supportive loyal fan base that's going to continue to buy the 85,000 variant versions of the same record, then she's going to continue to do the thing that she's going to be doing. I do kind of wish that other people would have the opportunity, but look, y'all got to step y'all pussies up and figure out how to creatively get your stuff out there if the labels aren't going to support what it is that you're doing. So, I would like her to go away for the sense of take time off to really create and take the time to come up with ideas and create and not just be doing it for all the wrong reasons in that sense. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with them? It's like, yeah, Taylor, please go away and give other people a chance. I don't feel like it need to be on that part. Other people got to step up and do what they got to do to get their music out there. Figure out how to use social media to your advantage to surpass these lazy ass studio execs that don't want to do the job that they should be doing, where they should be pushing their musical talent and not sabotage them. Because there was this video I had saw earlier where they were talking about Demi Lovato and her It's Not That Deep record. And they were saying, is it the label's fault or is it her fault that her managers or her people weren't really pushing her this album out there for this audience to really get into it? Like, you weren't doing enough TikTok videos or whatever the case is, and you weren't doing a lot of, I mean, I've seen her, she was doing a couple of viral videos, but that can't be enough. She should have been doing, was outside of Zane Lowe, because I did see that interview. She should have been out there doing the late night talk shows and going on these other shows. Like maybe she should have did Hot Ones. I don't do Alice Cooper. She's, like I said, mid, horrible interviewer. You should have been going on other places and trying to get your name out there and remind people that you came out there, because It's Not That Deep was a good record. And she's doing arena tours this upcoming, well, in 2026. So maybe when she hits the road and starts promoting the album, because merch and touring is where the real money is, and ain't in them damn streaming. Oh, I forgot Drake is the other one. Which, shout out to Torre, who did a video on 7 reasons why I hate Drake. Please go watch that video. That had me cackling. But yeah, Drake's another one that makes the industry a lot of money. But based on the way Drake is going, not for long, because it look like the card is about to come out to his ass like they did Botch Booty Nicki. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all this whole situation. Let me know what your overall thoughts on this tea in the comments down below. All right, so now let's go on up and see what the people is saying. Not a fan of Taylor Swift, but I played hell. Oh, that's a Faithful Affiliate. That is a bop. Let me tell you, it was like out of many of the songs on that record, I wasn't feeling it, but Faithful Affiliate, that is a catchy ass song, and I like the video. So she dropped some good songs. I told you, I love. What was that? I like 1989. Like out of many of the songs, I like when she kind of went a little, progressive with the production. Yeah, like she has all the albums and a few books and collectibles or something, right? Um, oh yeah, it was Ed Sheeran as I read before. Not the forgettable. Well, yeah, to me, I was like, I was so bored with his performance at Jingle Ball. I don't know, did that? I'm sure that episode aired, right? I don't know. I was there, so I need to watch it. I don't even know if I was on camera. I might have been, because them cameras was all in my section. So yeah, the Jingle Ball thing. I was like, y'all could have had Kylie Minogue clothes. She was way more entertaining with her production. Y'all just had him up there making the beats with the thing and strumming the guitar. I'm like, this is so boring. Someone said labels need to hire A&R Mike cost money, but that was how you exactly. We need real A&Rs to make a comeback because huh, the record y'all just so lazy over there. I'm not liking what y'all doing right now. We had people like Halsey and them speaking out about it. So they said that's not Taylor's fault that the labels let go of the A&R department to save money in the streaming era because Lizzo is right, but the label says they don't give a damn about the general public. They don't care about the general public, but y'all need the general public's money to be able to continue to live the lifestyle that you live. That makes sense. That's why I said these people need these record labels, y'all are so damn stupid. Hmm. That's why I was like, artists got to figure out how to be their own A&Rs at this point, new and old. Okay, so I feel like this is a counteraction to the Simu stuff. So let's talk about another Asian. Let's talk about Bowen Yang. So y'all probably already heard that Bowen Yang abruptly quit SNL, which I was actually surprised by. But look, apparently the word on the street is he left because Ariana Grande, who they worked together on uh Wicked and Wicked for Good, basically encouraged him to be a movie star. And I'm like, does Bo want to take to be a movie star? Well, apparently I did hear a story that I believe him and Matt Rogers are working on a comedy together. So we'll see if him quitting will hold on. Did I even I don't think I did. Hold on a second. Will transfer to box office success in regards to that whole situation. I just realized something. Bear with me for a second. I didn't convert one of his things into a photo, so I got to do that for a second. Please hold. Ooh, I hope I'm not getting sick. This weather has been basically a doozy in New York. So yeah, this is the first time I think that's ever happened where I forgot to add something to the docket. So we're gonna have to do this over. Okay, so now, all right, let's get into this Bowen Yang story. So yeah, shout out to him. I do like him. I think he's pretty funny over there. But I guess the tea is they didn't appreciate him while he was at the show. But Lorne Michaels wanted him to stay, but he had other plans. So SNL star Bowen Yang had his final curtain call, as y'all know, last weekend against show creator Lorne Michaels' wishes, saying, "quote Everyone tried to get Bowen to stay from Lorne down." This is according to an SNL source, and this is what they revealed to Page Six. But he just made up his mind. He was over it. He was not happy. You could tell. So, with his Wicked co-star and good friend Ariana Grande hosting, the 35-year-old SNL vet went out with a teary last sketch after 7 seasons on the show. Page Six reported back in September that Yang had planned to leave at the beginning of the current season, but Michaels, damn, he's 81. He's been there forever. Well, it is 50 years that SNL's been around. So yeah, so Michaels apparently threw a ton of money at the comedian to get him to stay. But that money only went so far. Bowen actually only signed up to December, but we all thought he would stay, but no one thought he would go now, the SNL source said last week, or this week, sorry. While there was apparently no one event that pushed Yang over the edge in the past few months, you could always tell when the cast member is done, the SNL source added. He was like, but I'm going to take the money. He said it's a grueling schedule. It's a tough thing to do just from the lack of sleep alone. One former cast member told Page Six of the show. An industry source told Page Six that Yang was overcommitted with his work outside of SNL. So, they said he missed the show while accepting the Vantage Award at the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures in LA. And he previously took time off to film his role in the two Wicked films. In fact, Grande personally called Michaels and asked that Yang get this time off. This is what she told Vanity Fair. Now he also has Las Culturistas podcast, which they have their own award show. Um, and I guess the show did well enough that they're getting a second annual La Costa Ritas. I don't even know what the hell it's called, but they have their popular podcast They did an award show. It aired on Bravo. I guess the Bravo fans loved it. So now it's getting a second annual version of it. So they'll be back with their hijinks and antics. And so they also, as I said it before, they're co-writing and starring in an untitled new comedy for Searchlight. For Searchlight, and this is what Deadline reported. So yeah, that was what I was referring to, but I couldn't remember what the details of it was. But apparently, yeah, him and Rogers, they're a great team. They're working on something together. I wish also that we could get a sequel to Fire Island. I like that movie with him and Joel Kim Booster, who's fine as hell. I would love to see a sequel to Fire Island, but we haven't gotten that one yet. Margaret Cho's in it. It was basically about best friends vacationing on Fire Island. These were people of color, which is a rarity. But I was always one of those rare queer people of color that went to Fire Island every summer, especially when I was in my 20s. Like it was an annual thing that me and my homosexual friends, we all got in the car with it was like my friend Ray's birthday was the day before. I think we would always go around July 4th. So we would have a big party at his house, a big house party. And literally we would party until like, and this is like the days, because I can't do that today. We would basically break night right after the party and everything was. That's how I met a certain American Idol member, and we kind of did a little something, something in the back. Certain American Idol singer. Let me shut up and stop telling my business. But anyway, so yeah, so there was like one time right after that, we did the whole thing at what was it? Oh yeah, we would have a party at his house. Then we go pack up the car, get some food, head out to Fire Island, and hang out there for the day, and then come back home. So Fire Island was definitely, it was a lot of great memories. I also did Fire Island with Sailor Mermaid. I think it was last year. It wasn't this year, but it was last year. Okay, so yeah, they're basically saying that it's all too much. And so it's like with SNL, it's like, yeah, you're doing a bunch of sketches, but if your career is taking off outside of SNL, you're getting all these opportunities. When you got this successful podcast with Matt Rogers, you're working on a script to do a buddy comedy together, and you've got all these different endeavors. I think maybe the rumors are true that Ariana talked to him and was like, "Your you have so much going for you outside of SNL. Take the leap." And it looks like he's taking the lead. Now, will it pay off? That's TBD. But they also was told that Yang was very upset over castmate Heidi Gardner having been cut from the show in August after 8 seasons, along with Devin Walker, Emil Joachim, and Michael Longfellow. Ego Nwadim also left before the season premiere. I don't know. I haven't watched the show, so I don't even know who's on there this season. But yeah, with all the people that was getting cut from the show, a lot of people I guess he grew close to, he wasn't liking it. They said everyone at the show was supportive of him in his decision. Now, Yang got Terry during both SNL Saturday Live Show and dress rehearsal when co-star and fine ass Marcelo Hernandez ramped up audience applause. There was chatter backstage that Yang's final sketch, in which he played a Delta flight lounge attendant serving his last shift, would get cut, though it did go live as the ultimate sketch of the night, saying, "I just feel lucky that I ever got to work here, and I just want to enjoy it a little bit longer, especially the people," he said in character. So there you have it. So shout out to Bowen Yang. Hopefully the career pops outside of SNL, but there's only one way to find out. It's like you got to take those risks. If it doesn't pay off, then he'll figure out what he has to do as an actor, as a performer. Nothing is certain when you're at the behest of, you're only as good as your last hit or as the last thing that you do. So I'll definitely be keeping abreast of his career and following it as things develop. But that's the tea for now. And hopefully he's able to thrive outside of SNL now that he was like, okay, there was, it takes more than just me getting you backing up a bunch of Brinks trucks for me to want to continue to maintain, staying on board with this situation. So say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the whole Lorne Michaels, Bowen Yang type of situation? Whatever your thoughts are on this tea, let me know what your overall thoughts on it in the comments down below. Hello, I just found I was in the. Oh, I went through a whole thing regarding the whole Zendaya story. You may have to rewind back if you just isn't he a gay? Oh, Bowen Yang? Yes, he is. And has made no qualms about being homosexual. Not oh. Anyway, I thought Sailor Mermaid was at work. Anyway, okay, so now we're finally down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's talk about another must, and that is Billy Porter. So Billy Porter's been gone for a minute. We haven't heard from him in a while. We did see some pictures online with his boo thing and all that good stuff. And so, we heard about him with the whole sepsis situation where he was very ill. I know he's somebody he still has a road to recovery, which is, the whole sepsis thing. He had to cancel like because he was the last person before they closed his doors to perform as the MC in Cabaret. So I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if they brought in somebody at the last minute or they were just like, you know what, Billy can't do it, so we just gonna cancel the whole thing altogether. But Billy has come out and revealed that he is alive, that he was, he's got a long way to go in regardless of the whole thing. So let me play the Instagram video for you where he's he's out here serving Lord Farquaad teas with this choice of a wig he had on in this whole situation. I don't know if you've seen it on his IG, but we'll come back and we will talk. Please hold.
Hey everybody, Billy Porter here. I'm here first and foremost to say happy holiday, Merry Christmas, happy Kwanzaa, happy Hanukkah, and everything in between. So some of you may or may not know that I was in the hospital very ill this fall with urosepsis. It was not easy. It's been a very, very challenging 4 months. And I want everybody to know that I am on the road to a full recovery. I'm not there yet, but I'm on the road to that. And I wanted to thank everybody for your prayers and your love and sending me all the vibes. I felt every single one of them. And I know that I'm alive today because of my... Hey everybody, Billy Porter here. Change yourself.
Hold on. They didn't even show like the rest. How is this gonna cut like this? I guess he forgot to put that clip in, like the rest of it, because I'm like, where's the rest of the video? And this is on his own damn page. But never. So we got the gist that he appreciates all the love and everything he's gotten and all that stuff. So now in the comments, my girl Mila Jam said, "Hallelujah." My friend DJ Baker said, "Welcome back, brother." Showing off Luther and Ethan Hunt from the Mission Impossible movies. I gave a heart emoji. That we have Octavia Spencer. We still have a phone call to catch up on. Praise the good Lord. You're on the road to restored health because there is no one like you. And then we have NYC Gay Dad. So happy to see your beautiful face and that you are on your way back to way back up and up. Then we have official Annie Lennox. How you doing? And Lennox said, "Oh my, I'm so glad you're almost fully recovered. Sounds like you've been through quite a ordeal. You are a force of nature and so much more to give. Undaunted, undefeated. It will take more than just a little sepsis to take you away from us." And then we have Sarah Paulson. Let me say, I didn't know her middle name was Catherine. Said I love you, and because they work together in American Horror Story. Then you have Kay with the vibes. Oh my God, I didn't know. Praying for your, because I guess a lot of people ain't been paying attention to the celebrity news and gossip like we have. He got love and support from Melba Moore, Wendy Raquel Robinson. Oh, I live for some Wendy Raquel Robinson. So I love you. Niecy Nash is in the comments, and Tracy Bregman. A lot of celebrities. Robin Thede. A lot of famous people was up in here giving their condolences and their love and support and all other stuff. So shout out to him. But in regards to that whole situation surrounding Billy and the whole what was it, the cabaret? Here was the thing, because Revival producer Adam Spears announced Porter's withdrawal from production due to a serious case of sepsis in early September. Cabaret was initially meant to close on October 19th. It is with, and said the quote, "It is with heavy heart that we have made the painful decision to end our Broadway run on September 21st. On behalf of the producers, we're so honored to have been able to bring this version of John Kander, Fred Ebb, and Joe Masteroff's important masterpiece, Cabaret, to New York, to have opened the doors to our own Kit Kat Club for the year and a half we've been there." So Marty Lauer and David Marino, the production's two alternates, stepped in for Porter's MC role. So yeah, they have the alternates, but I've been like, well, damn, couldn't y'all have called up Adam Lambert or um who was the other one? That did it. Orville Peck, you couldn't call one of them to come in, but I guess that would have been a lot of money. So they were just like, you know what, we'll just have the alternate step in and do what needs to be done. But all jokes aside, you know, when I was about that Lord Farquaad wig, I'm happy to see Billy Porter's live. What you know, he got to be giving us all the shenanigans and the craziness and the kooky outfits and the hair and all that stuff. I love that this man is unapologetically himself. So, all jokes aside, shout out to you, Billy, and I'm glad that you're on a speedy road to recovery because he is definitely a one of a kind talent. So, shout out to you, sir, and you know, get better so we can see what your next step to, you know, what your next role is going to be. So I say all that to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Billy Porter speaking out and letting everybody know that, yeah, mother is alive, she is well, and she is on her way to recovery. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. LOL, I was on break when I saw this segment, but I got to go. Oh, okay. Have fun. All right. So now, let's get into our next topic. Let's talk about MAGA Minaj. So it should go without saying that after she went and decided to thumb her nose at the one group of people that was maintaining their loyalty, and we still got some of them out here who's in the damn cult, they ain't no helping y'all. But shout out to some of the people that did unplug themselves in the Matrix. Even one of my friends who was a hardcore Barb, and I know quite a few Barbs, but one of my friends was a hardcore Barb was like, "Can you please like give us a little grace in regards because it's like, you know, they have their 5 stages. We got the grief situation where it's just like, let people go through their grieving period. Let people figure out, you know, um, I'm, well, here's the thing. When we talk about sassy, that is a queer term. And I know a lot of y'all be trying to use that as a derogatory term, but it's not, let's not do that because sassy, all these words, that comes from us. So, um, what's wrong with being he's flamboyant, he's feminine. That's a part of who he is, and that should not be seen as a negative. So, and I love the fact that people be out here talking about no shade and read and all these other terms that comes from the community, comes from the ballroom community, comes from the queer community. And a lot of y'all be out here trying to use that as a slight, and it's not a slight, it's our terminologies. So anyway, to get back into this whole thing about MAGA Minaj, so yeah, I will offer y'all grace for a minute. Then I'm a, you know, then that's it is what it is. So I get it. Those who are going through the grieving period where it's like somebody who they put on such a high pedestal, which I always tell y'all, stop putting these damn celebrities on such a high pedestal because they're human beings at the end of the day. But I understand why people are mad at Nicki because the fact of the matter is she purposely positioned herself to be in a way where she pandered to the queer audience, lying about being bisexual and all this other stuff. Even so, oh, I love bad bitches and all this other stuff, and wasn't really correcting people because I think what is it? Did she do an interview with Corey LeRae online or like it was a conversation piece where she was asking her if she into girls or she bi or whatever the case is, and she was even playing it up in that whole situation. But we ain't never, and I'm not saying that y'all gotta prove y'all because I hate this stereotype where y'all think, oh, you gay? I need you to prove it. Put your ding-a-ling in his mouth or make out with him or whatever. I do see a lot of stuff like that, and I don't want to get like that with her because I ain't never seen her out here with no girl. So, um, that was like my overall issue when it felt like it's pandering, and a lot of that happens with our community. But I'm not gonna inside. I'm gonna go in on her, and I'm gonna go in on a lot of you Pride event people too, because y'all are the problem in a lot of this situation as well. So now the gays is mad. So y'all was real quiet when it came to that PDF stuff with her husband and her damn brother. But this is where y'all draw the line. because she betrayed the community that y'all felt like, in a way, y'all did prop up her career. She was going to the gay clubs where she performed in Atlanta for Pride. And she did an event where there was like a drag show she went to, and I think the dearly departed Jiggly Caliente was performing her music or whatever there. So she has pandered in a lot of this space. And now she's coming out being a MAGA supporter, and everybody's upset. So there was this story that came out, which I'm like, why is everybody running with this story? Because I don't know if it's 110% true. Yeah, it was in the major trades running with this story. The fact that they said she lost around 10 million followers on Instagram. Didn't I just do a story a couple of days ago that what was it? When it was the whole thing about Kim Petras and who was the other one? It was Kim Petras and Charlie XCX had allegedly clapped back at Nicki Minaj, where Kim Petras said what she said online in regards to the whole anti-trans stuff that was coming out of Nicki Minaj's mouth. And that was just in the social media post. This is before she went over there to Turning Points USA, which I got that clip of Erica Griffin ass Kirk's husband saying what he said about Nicki. And we're going to get into that in a second. Because apparently she got amnesia. And the thing that she went and said on one of her shows about Melania. But all of a sudden she loved Trump. Okay. That's why I love social media. Social media, y'all be thinking that y'all say stuff and it don't stick. It don't be out here for us to do the research and bring it back and show y'all. But this is what you said though. So now what changed all of a sudden? Because you need something. So yeah, so of course the Tapusa, as we like to call it, because I ain't saying the term, all the other crap. It sparked backlash and online claims, but there's no evidence that she lost 10 million followers despite her Instagram now being inactive, because she deactivated back in October. But everybody's running around with this narrative that she lost 10 million followers. So at what point did she lose the 10 million followers? Because y'all making it seem like after what she said with the turning point thing, that's when she lost all these followers. But I'm like, if you've been active on Instagram, because she's been more active on Twitter than any other social media situation. So even the mainstream people running around with this narrative, y'all should have been out here doing the research before y'all jumped on that situation. So I just want to get that out of the way. Well, I'm not necessarily buying that. But now it's like, yeah, once she went after and threw shade at the white gays, which, yes, yes, we have the black queens, whatever that was coming out here supporting. I did work her Pink Friday 2 tour, the last one she did. So there's a mixture of the white queers was up in there as well as the black queers and women. And she threw shade at the queer community and black women, telling black women to stop coming after white girls to make y'all selves feel better. I'm like, what in the step and fetch it is this bitch talking about? You out here tap dancing harder than Kanye with all this mess. So now the white gays have been like, oh, we done with her. And you already know they have significantly more power than the black gays. So once they turn their back, and we've seen the drag queens and stuff out here, even some of the drag race girls, and I'm gonna get into some of their comments in a minute, they've come out and said the things that they've said where they're turning their back. So yeah, she's getting a lot of backlash. The hip hop people are coming after her. Nightlife spaces saying they don't want y'all playing her music. And even a Pride event is saying that they want y'all to blacklist her. But I'm like, when the last time Nicki Minaj showed up at a Pride event? She did that one time, like 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago in Atlanta. What was it? 2011, I believe, was when she did that. I might be wrong on the date, but it was a while ago. So, one chatter suggests some DJs have quietly pulled back on spinning her records in clubs. DJ people fan out. I may have to hit y'all up and be like, has it been and the promoters that I know is like, has the chatter slowed down? Have y'all been playing less of her music? Although I did just watch a reaction video of someone doing Madonna's videos from her Rebel Heart era, which was Ghost Town, Bitch I'm Madonna, and Nicki is in that song. But that could be the timing thing because he probably recorded that before he uploaded it. So it is what it is before this controversy. So yeah, then it said that others argue her recent releases have struggled to cut through culturally. Yeah, because I don't know if any of the clubs are really playing anything from Pink Friday 2. But her old stuff, like Super Bass and all that stuff, that's always going to get club play. But it is interesting to know, like now, I mean, like I said, I'm gonna have to hit up my drag queen friends who and a lot of the nightlife girlies. If y'all are they still playing her music even after all of this? Now, several LGBTQ or sorry, Libidiqua owned venues are said to be responding quietly, avoiding public statements while making internal changes. Well, silence is deadly, as I always say. Now, for many fans, the issue runs deeper than playlists. Some describe a sense of betrayal, arguing Minaj once used coded language, imagery, and alliances that suggested solidarity with queer communities. That history makes her current positioning feel sharper by contrast. So one person said this, and this is what I agree. Hold on, because I may have to. I want to bring this up so y'all could see this post. Because I was like, oh, I should have brought this up earlier, and I forgot. But you know, they like putting her head on Donald Trump's. Why y'all be doing that? Um, it's like when you gotta create stuff off rip. But I'm fast. Hold on. I got it. 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 It's coming. It's coming. Okay, so where is it? Okay, so this one. This is the one I was liking. So they went and put the following thing. So say Lil Shad wrote this. Nicki didn't earn gay men's loyalty through advocacy or allyship. She was crowned a gay icon, because some homosexual men wanted to be her and live out their mean girl fantasy. Powerful, excessive, feminine, untouchable, and rude. That's projection, not solidarity. That's fandom, not community work. And absolutely, because here's the thing. Y'all put so much credit behind that woman, but at what point has she ever advocated for the community? In a way of like a Madonna, who Madonna has always been out here advocating for the gays long before it was chic to do it. And her going to ballrooms, I mean, like not ballrooms, to balls, judging balls and everything, even injected that into her celebration tour, and constantly doing work within the LGBTQ plus community, raising money, doing pride events, that sort of thing. Same thing with Lady Gaga, building regardless of how you feel about her, Lady Gaga has the Born This Way Foundation, which specifically benefits queer youth. She also has been very vocal on her tours, even this current one, the Mayhem Ball, where she does a thing with paparazzi, which is for the trans community. And even when she gets out there for Born This Way, hypes up the gays. So she's even got her own anthem for the gays, regardless of how you feel about it. And I've said the things that I've said, but when we talk about advocacy, this is my version of what I consider being an advocate. There's been nothing that Nicki has done that has advocated for the queers. She's used y'all to her benefit, but that's not advocating, which is what a lot of these people that y'all like to put on this pedestal like to do. Because I've been saying for the longest, y'all need to be out here supporting actual queer talent that makes music for us, by us, and stop giving all this energy to these cisgender women who will take y'all money, but be calling y'all all kinds of sissies, punks, and rhymes with maggots behind the scenes that y'all not hearing. Or when they actually come out and say anti-queer stuff on record, be it in an interview, a conservative channel, whatever the case is, then y'all disappointed. Gloria Gaynor, recently with the Kennedy Center honors, which don't even get me started on Trump and the Kennedy thing, where people was pulling out and doing stuff for that out of protest because he wanted to put his name on the monument. And then who else? Donna Summer. And that whole situation, those rumors that was going on with her. And we've seen this happen time and time and time and time again. You put so much credence behind these divas, and then when they show their ass and show y'all, because you know when you rich, all of a sudden they decide to jump and become more conservative in their beliefs, then y'all are disappointed. But then when you actually have queer people out here creating music and creating artistry and all these other things, y'all pay them dust, especially if they're a person of color. Now, critics also accused Minaj of antagonism towards Black women, immigrants, and queer people, which we all saw in the Breaking Points thing that it was. Those claims dominate online discourse. Comparisons have surfaced to artists, two-hit wonders like I call them Kid Rock, who faced similar accusations of benefiting from hip-hop culture before embracing politics seen as hostile to it because he couldn't no longer benefit off of hip-hop. Even got a half-Black child. Well, Masters apparently had have Black children too. And that's what he was given. Now, Minaj has not publicly addressed the criticism because everybody got their damn discourses. So she probably going to lay low because everybody's windmilling from, she's getting all the windmills from all sides. Now, few observers expect an apology tour. Many believe she understands the stakes and is choosing her lane. And that's why I said, you can believe whatever you want. And people have allowed to have their opinion and their political choices. You're absolutely right. She's allowed to have to choose which side she wants to go on. But remember, once you make that choice, and to me, it's you're 2000 and late with the choice. Because while you jumping on the MAGA bandwagon, other people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and so many others are jumping off the Titanic. She jumping on it. Trump is losing MAGA. Trump is losing the young man's vote because of all the things that's going on politically. While he's busy over there bombing Nigeria in the name of Christianity, which happened yesterday on Christmas. Merry Christmas. I'm going to kill people over there in Nigeria. That's what I'm going to do. That man is worse than Satan. Anyway, I've never known, but people love the evilness, apparently. I don't know. Have them price of eggs dropped? And so not only on and all that, they have now we have a UK Pride organization telling people to go around and boycott Nicki Minaj because of her support of Trump or whatever. It's like, you can support whatever you want. If you want to decide to take a political stance, then that's great. But there needs to be a reasoning behind why you decided to change and turn a new leaf and why you decided to go this way. That's all I want. Is like, what's the reason behind this? What is the end game? But to me, it's like when she got up there and was talking to Erica Kirk and everything, and she was speaking real slow because she wanted to follow the script or whatever, she was saying a bunch of nothing. And when you out here trying to act like you so highly intelligent, and I'm sitting there delivering a bunch of damn word salad, and I'm like, huh? Then I can't get behind you because now you're just showing how dumb you are. Now, during the conversation, they said the 12-time Grammy nominee, that's a read because she never won one, also doubled down on her opposition to Governor of California, where she went in on Gavin Newsom and said, boys be boys. It's okay to be boys. There's nothing wrong with being a boy. How powerful is that? How profound is that? To me, when you say that, people look at that as a transphobic dog whistle because you're saying that boys need to love being boys. There's nothing wrong with being a boy. Who said there was anything wrong with being a boy? I love being a man. I like having a dick between my legs. But here's the thing. There's more to having a dick between me down there that makes you more than a man. Being kind to people, having empathy for people, loving on your neighbor and not wanting to spew hate or vitriol or whatever, that's what goes into being a man. Being a man is being comfortable in who you are, regardless of your affiliation, whatever the situation is. So I need you to be more specific. What does that mean? It's okay. Be boys. That's what she was saying with all of that. To me, it was a dog whistle, especially when you're supposed to be friends with T.S. Madison, who was real quiet about what she had to say in regards to the thing until you started saying this stuff about Christians and everything. She spoke out about that, but didn't speak out about the whole trans thing. And like I said, I'm not going to rock with somebody who don't see it for me. Oh, you tolerate me? I don't need you to tolerate me. Your toleration is neither desired nor required. And then Monet Exchange, shout out to her. The drag queens was coming for her. So she said, imagine coming for trans people when your entire body is a billboard for gender affirming care. At Nicki Minaj. Imagine now, if that wasn't a read, I don't know what to tell you. And then Cynthia Lee Fontaine said, rest in hell, Nicki. Then we had this meme from Mariah where Andy Cohen asked, can you say 3 nice things about Nicki Minaj? And Mariah was like, can you? That sounds like Mariah. Mariah's so damn shady. Now, there were some people that came out on Christmas Eve, and he actually responded. He said, she knew. Now, taking to social media on December 24th, an account going by the name Pride UK Org called out the rapper and urged Levitical Plus venues to boycott Minaj. They said, please refrain from playing any Nicki Minaj music. She is not our friend. Hashtag boycott Nicki Minaj. Now, of course, this being Twitter, you already know the damn morons is going to come out and say what they going to say. Somebody said, you don't speak for all gay and trans people. Shut the fuck up. Well, you don't either. How about you shut the fuck up? And then I had to post one thing where it was like, shout out to Andrew Court over there. And this is from January 5th, 2022, where they said it was a new study. It says celebrity obsessed people are less intelligent. No shit, Sherlock. I just don't understand this obsession. You know, I be coming on here and dismantling all the smoke and mirrors, but people get caught up in the shenanigans of it all, and that's fine. It's what it is, what it is. So they said, yeah, a new study boldly claims there is a direct association between celebrity worship and poorer performance on cognitive tests. A-listers, Rihanna, Kim Kardashian, and Brad Pitt have devoted fans. And then another person responded referencing the use of Elon Musk's Twitter platform and the purchase of a blue tick. And they said, yet you have a paid account on Elon Musk's Twitter. So you telling people to boycott. What they're saying is you coming across as a hypocrite because you telling people to boycott Elon. I mean, you're telling people to boycott Nicki Minaj over her opinion, her bigoted opinions on Black women and the queer community. But here you are on Elon Musk's Twitter with a blue check mark, which you probably paid for. So that's the thing. I refuse to get a blue check mark because, yeah, they want you to have to pay for that. I'm not giving him my money. And I use Twitter, and that's to promote my website and stuff. So I use it and I just throw it up on it. I don't engage with the people on there. Someone else said something saying this on a Republican's platform, LMAO. Damn, y'all are stupid. Then another queen came up here calling themselves Larry the Barbie. Said, I'm gay. I will keep supporting and loving Nicki. And they said the music is too good for a boycott. You're on your own, especially since y'all can't seem to put down 212 and Broke with Expensive Taste by Azealia. Who's y'all? I hate when y'all come out here and generalize it tomorrow. I'm like, who's y'all? Don't sit there and lump people and try to use other things as an excuse to benefit your standing behind somebody who, quiet as a kept, can barely stand behind themselves. So, and you already know what the history of Azealia Banks making derogatory remarks, and people do support her. But and look, no shade, but I even said this to a friend of mine. I was like, wait a minute, and I'm about to snitch on you, Monet, because when we went to that RuPaul's Drag Race premiere event thing, and you was DJing, why was you playing Azealia Banks? So, if y'all don't come up here and talk about anti-queer this, that, and the third, why would you play her music on your DJ set? I'm just saying. So, and I have, look, let me just keep going. So, then there was Heidi N Closet, because you already know Heidi N Closet was mad at Nicki during her, when she came on Drag Race. What was that, season 12, where she did the premiere? And look, y'all are shady because, we got Cardi B coming up in next week's episode of Drag Race during the premiere, because it comes out on the 2nd of January. We got the season 18 premiere. Cardi B is the premiere guest. And so Heidi N Closet, I guess, hasn't really liked Nicki. And she breaks it. They said, first of all, this was where I'm going to draw the line. Y'all pissed me off over there at Pink News. Y'all said the drag queen branded the singer or the rapper MAGA Minaj. No, I started using MAGA Minaj. I've been using that for over a month. Y'all just now jumping on the whole situation about Nicki. So now that MAGA Minaj has become this popularized word, now I'm noticing a lot of people using it. But I've been calling her MAGA Minaj or MAGA Barbie for the past month. So I guess because people are pretty much familiar with Heidi N Closet, y'all gonna give her that promotion. So she said this. She wrote, so it was more than just my hair and makeup you hated at Nicki Minaj. And she spelled then THEN. Nicki, being Miss Petty, literally putting her last name to good use, responded with then as in THAN, which that's how I be clapping back at some of y'all who need a speaking spell to know how to tell then, and then, or there, and there, or two, and two. T-O, T-O-O, T-W-O. A lot of y'all be using T-O for T-O-O when, and it's a whole situation. So I be coming up in there doing a whole grammar clapbacks. So I'm like, oh, she messy. She just as messy. But anyway, so before we get up off this, there's a couple of clips I want to play. Because apparently she out here cooking hard for, what's his name? For Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk and Trump and all the other stuff. But sis, do we need to remind you of this video? Please hold. And that's the one with Charlie Kirk throwing shade at Nicki Minaj. Oh, sorry, MAGA Minaj. Let's play that clip in case y'all need a reminder.
Right now, Black culture is being held captive by influences, songs
Which
and role models.
influences?
I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't think that songs that are talking about like glorifying wet female genitalia is exactly, I don't know which one wrote that song. Which one was it?
I think it was Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But by the way, the role models of the 1940s and 50s for Black America were completely different.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? It's what values are they putting forward? It's the question of every day. For example, more times than not, Black politicians will lament the condition of America. It's systemically racist. It's terrible. What does that do to a 14-year-old Black kid if you just find that you hear that everything is rigged against you? Instead, they should be saying, hey, there might be some barriers, but if you believe in yourself enough, you can achieve in this country right now.
You know what I find funny is that when we have white people, a white man talking to a white girl about Black anything, like what? Why are you talking about who do you think would be culturally relevant for Black children to look up to? You're not Black. Also, you're a racist. So fuck out of here with that. Well, look, he ain't in the union no more, so it is what it is. But I did find this post funny. Somebody said the bride of Chucky watching this video and got a picture of Erica Kurt. Now, in regards to that, I also came across this from I Am Nicki Free. Shout out to her. He pretty much summed it up with what she had to say in regards to Nicki, and I definitely want y'all to hear this one. And I got one more after that because I got one with Hope Giselle that really turned the party. And I was like, girl, I am with you all the way on this. So we're gonna play this MAGA makeover cultural betrayal clip, and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
Minaj for a minute, y'all. She didn't just switch sides. She switched values. She switched loyalties. She switched on the very people who built her into a global icon. Because let's be crystal clear. Her fame was not born in MAGA rooms. It wasn't built on Turning Point USA stages. It did not come from Trump's America. Her empire was built in Black spaces, in queer spaces, in communities that embraced her when mainstream America called her crude, classless, trashy, raunchy, and ghetto. And now she's tap dancing for the exact people who once despised her. Not because she grew, not because she thinks for herself, but because she saw a new lane to explore. This is about aligning with a political machine she thinks will shield her from criticism and consequence. She wants the illusion of power more than the reality of accountability. This is the celebrity tradition of using Black culture to rise, using queer culture to shine, then abandoning both when white conservative approval becomes more profitable. Nicki knows exactly who made her a superstar. Black girls who saw themselves in her hustle. Queer fans who built entire aesthetics around her music and persona. Communities who fought for her when mainstream America wanted absolutely nothing to do with her. And she repaid that loyalty by sitting beside people who legislate queer lives away, mock Black struggle, and cheer policies built on exclusion and cruelty. That is not confusion. That is cynical opportunism. Nicki Minaj wants the benefits of Blackness while cozying up to a movement built squarely on anti-Blackness. She wants the money and brilliance of queer fans while performing for people who demonize those same fans as immoral. She wants to be queen of the barbs while dancing in rooms full of people who believe her fan base is everything wrong with America. Nicki Minaj didn't just switch sides, she switched currencies. And the currency she gave up was us, Black people, queer people, the communities that carried her, crowned her, and kept her relevant long after the industry moved on. You cannot build your throne on Blackness and queerness, then run to MAGA and expect the kingdom to follow. Nicki Minaj now stands as a cautionary tale. What happens when an artist sells out her people for applause from the very crowd that once booed her? The same crowd that called her ghetto, called her too sexual, called her a bad influence, called her fans degenerates, called her entire aesthetic a threat to American values. And now suddenly she's MAGA's cultural trophy.
Right. Now, shout out to Nicki because, not Minaj, Nicki Free, because she clocked it. She clocked all her tea. And Nicki went from being the queen of rap to basically a step and fetch it with a 40-inch bundle. That's literally what she's at this point. And Nicki also went on to say, Nicki Minaj teaming up with MAGA is the wildest cultural betrayal I've seen in years. This ain't a pivot, it's a complete sellout. Watching her dance for the folks who used to clown her whole over-sexualized existence. Wow, just wow. And the people that clowned her over that is the woman that she sat next to, the husband of the woman that she sat next to. You know, Erica on her damn grifting tour, because you can't tell me this bitch ain't out here grifting with all the like, who goes and does a whole thing with pyro and stuff every time she coming out. So this whole situation with Turning Point, y'all, it's giving cult. Now, last but certainly not least, since we had Nicki come out and say what she said, let's go to someone in the trans community, not to use Madison, because she hasn't really given like a full-on video thing. My girl Hope Giselle had this to say about Nicki and this. Wait, hold on. It said your browser has lost connection to your screen. Y'all can hear me? I was like, I didn't lose the audio, whatever the case is, did I? I guess so far I don't seem like there's anything on, because I thought it said like something, I lost the audio. But anyway, let me play this clip for y'all. And okay, I'm about to chop you because you up in here talking about anyone who is LGBT. What the fuck are you even talking about? First, we talking about can be reborn in Christ. There's a lot of queer Christians out here. If y'all thinking that this shit that's going on with Turning Point USA is Christian and Christ-like, it's a cult. It's not even about Christ. And fuck out of here with that bullshit. So, I ain't got time for y'all with y'all fake Christian ideologies and all that. First of all, somebody who grew up Roman Catholic, I think I know a lot about Christianity and all this other shit because I was raised up in it. So I'm not dealing with this fake Christian bullshit that a lot of y'all, if y'all about to come up in here with that, y'all about to get blocked before I cuss you out. I'm gonna block you. But anyway, so without further ado, because I decided to go, I was like, I don't want to lose focus. Let's get into what Hope Giselle had to say, because she read her down to the ground. This is like the worst. I think she got sheathered part 2 after watching this clip earlier. But anyway, let me get into it, then we'll come back and talk. Please hold for our final time. Well, because now I'm saying I did ask y'all earlier, could y'all hear me? Hold on, let me check if the audio is good. Okay, the audio says good there. Hold on, let me close it out and try it again. Okay, y'all saying y'all can't hear it. Let me actually stop. Let me refresh. And let me know a final time if y'all can, because I don't know. Maybe I think it probably kicked out the situation, and I don't know. It caused like a whole audio situation. Let's try it one more time. Let me know in the comments if y'all can hear it. Um,
And crack. And on top of that, Nicki Minaj done lost her mind. She's definitely not misunderstood. She's understood perfectly. She sat on that Turning Point stage, which is a petting zoo for white grievances, and did exactly what the fuck they wanted her to do. She endorsed Trump. She took shots at the LGBT community and leaned into the dog whistle about boys being boys, knowing goddamn well that has only existed to excuse sexual violence. And she did it while carrying the water for the same men in her life who have been accused and convicted of rape and sexual assault. The same people that she spent years trying to erase like the victims were. But that's not irony. That is alignment. And she's done a great job
job at doing it the last couple of days. So stop acting shocked when these women telling us who they were for the longest time start doing exactly what the that they said that they were going to do, which is what the Bible said, in case y'all forgot that one. What changed is that she finally said it on stage, who were built by the same people that want her, the queer people that love her, and all the immigrants that she claims to care about, gone. And then the audacity to do that shit in front of a white supremacist ass who went on tour instead of mourning her husband. Baby, that is not bravery. That is buck dancing for approval. That is the black woman auditioning for whiteness by throwing other black women under the bus and smiling while you do it. Let's be even more honest, Nicki. You built your brand on the culture of queer people, ballroom aesthetics, gender play, femme access. All of that came from us. You made it profitable, and now you're using that same platform to side with people who want those very same folks to legislate it out of existence, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. But Barbs, let me go and talk to y'all real quick, because all the gay ones, yeah, I'm sick of you. You don't get to scream protect black women and then cape for a woman who protects rapists. You don't get to claim that queer love and all these things get to exist, but then excuse her transmisia because the beat slaps. You don't get to call this growth or free thought, or she can mind the business that pays her, because this is politics, and politics are people's lives, and she has enough influence to change them. At this point, defending her is not fandom, it's consent to all of the violence that she's causing. And you've shown that you don't mind it because you like the music. She'll call it individuality while cosplaying oppression. She no longer cares who she stands with as long as she gets what she wants. So this is not to cancel her. This is consequence culture. It's the sound of people finally saying that they've been biting their tongues for years and now we're sick of it. Nicki didn't fall off. She sold out. And anybody still writing for her needs to ask themselves why celebrity loyalty feels more important than collective survival. Because until y'all can answer that for me, you heard them pink wigs and them tour, and whatever the she's releasing in these next couple of months, I hope it flops like she wants Carney to do, because I'll be at that tour. Hello, it's me. It's coke and crack.
I was wondering to hear that last part because she said it's giving coke and crack. I'm like, damn, at the same time. Oh, shout out to Kyle Kalinske because he showed this video of Marco Rubio allegedly doing some booger sugar. Not literally doing it, but the signs was there. Like he was clearing the corner of his mouth, and he, he was doing everything but sniffing. He rubbed the nose, he did this with the mouth, the eyes was looking crazy. It was like, well, he was doing that same shit Don Jr. allegedly, probably the same brand of booger sugar, probably that good Colombian shit. But anyway, shout out to Hope because I feel like she said all that need to be said, and I don't think I need to add to it, except some of the comments where the one was like coke and crack together at the same time. Another person said, Hope is up because the one thing about Hope is she gonna give you a hard reality check, period. You were able to pull all of this in check real quick. Thank you. And I feel like she said all that need to be said. I did post this one with Lay On Me. And then another person said, that's not irony, that's alignment. And then Charles somebody said, Lil' Kim really saw it coming. There was a lot of people. Lil' Kim tried to tell you, Mariah tried to tell you during that whole American Idol era. It was a bunch of people. And other people said, and Nicki is a whole immigrant herself. She's not even a U.S. citizen. I swear her audacity knows no bounds. Oh, okay. So I feel like y'all pretty much got the point. I don't feel like I need to add any more to the whole situation. They said what they said. So shout out to Nicki, Free, and Hope Giselle, because I feel like they pretty much summed it up, even though I was, I always got to add my stuff in and say what I need to say. But yeah, I mean, if y'all too obtuse to really, and y'all still going to try to, move the goalposts or bend yourselves into a whole origami type of situation or pretzel, whatever the hell you want to call it, to try to justify or make excuses for her behavior, there's no saving, or not even trying to save it, there's no getting through to you. Like, just go with what you go with, believe what you're going to believe, because then nobody going to change it otherwise. But here's the thing, when y'all finally get to come around, because I don't know where the bottom is for a lot of y'all that still want to ride behind a bitch that don't even see it for y'all in any kind of situation. Keep giving her y'all money. Keep supporting her bullshit while she continues to give a big fat F you and a finger to everything that y'all about. If y'all going to continue to stay loyal to somebody who wouldn't spit on your ass if you was on fire, then you keep doing the whole step and fetch it, Samuel L. Jackson with Django Unchained tap dance, because there's no helping some of you coons. So let me know what you guys think of this long but necessarily nuanced story in the comments down below. Now we have a whole lot of comments, so let me scroll on up. Not sparkling, like who? Like Edward and those vampire movies. They said, "What's your source of Somali immigrants' welfare benefits?" That what? First of all, I need to look into that because I don't even know what you're talking about with the whole Somali thing. I know Nicki was fake from the jump. Well, a lot of people saw it. I rewinded the Tayonce Noah Carter Swift because that's the name I give her now. I will now be quoting artists. Wait, I will now be quoting artists don't quit or retire. People with regular. Yeah, I always be saying that. I'm like, people with regular jobs retire. Artists don't retire from music. That's why I hate when people like, "Oh, I'm retiring." I'm like, retiring from what? Like, if you have a career and you have talent and you have ideas on what, you don't never quit. People with jobs quit or retire. Fans don't get to say what is and who is a gay icon. Some shit needs to be gate kept. I want to see the work and actual true dedication, like Madonna, Kylie, share a little. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, a lot, and that's what I hate about this generation. Y'all just give that icon legend status to anybody. It was like, no, you had to really put in the time and the work to be considered an icon or a legend. Now people just come out with one record. Y'all want to call, oh, they're an icon. Icon of what? So that's why I don't understand about, like, y'all really have kind of pissed all over what the true essence of what an icon is. Her husband, okay. He said even his own moderate voters and people who didn't vote are realizing their consequence. Exactly. Why does she have to explain to people? Wait, what? Why does she have to explain to people her political views? Well, when you take your behind over on a show like Turning Points USA and you say your stuff, aren't you explaining your political views? You've taken a political stance. So I don't understand how you saying, why does she have to explain it? By you sitting your big wide ass next to Erica Kirk grifting ass and you taking a political stance on things, that's you explaining it. Well, look, well, you saying definitely better than Megan's working. Look, so I guess you agree with Charlie Kirk. The club Chalamet read. He says celebrity obsessed people are less. Yeah, they damn sure are. Because I just don't understand. I just don't understand people who sit and go hard for these. And like, y'all don't even know them. I'm in the room with a lot of these people. So nobody care about politics. They don't care about us. Venezuela has weapons of mass destruction and is clear and present danger. Oh, they have some little oil reserve. Oh, I like Clear and Present Danger, the movie. And what is that a book? No shade. You said it's no shade, but I've been hearing MAGA Minaj since her 2021 My Cousin in Trinidad tweet. Were we even talking about MAGA at that time? I mean, when did Biden become president again? I don't even remember. Charlie real quiet after MAGA Minaj flopped onto the scene. She's not an American citizen. She doesn't want to be deported. Well, I was thinking that's one of the main reasons because at any point they could definitely deport her ass. But maybe that's what it is. She tap dances so she can get, some status. She can't even vote, among other things. You said the union of the cult. Yeah, I just don't understand the whole cult thing. People get so wrapped up in them. Oh, I always do cuss them out and then I block them. Oh, yeah, I read these already, so we don't need to go through that. Rubio on that Tina and Coke cocktail. Well, they be lacing all the drugs with Fenty and all that mess. Crystal even like, oh, she does. I tell you, well, it is a catchy song. Girl, they gonna forget when she go back to they. And you know how easily people forgive. Oh, she come out with a oh, it's all forgiven. If y'all do, then that's on you. It just goes to show a lot of y'all with this. I can't with this fake outrage. It's like, do y'all even stand on anything? Sure. Oh, well, you're a little too kind with that. You said a memory of a goldfish. A little too kind with that. But anyway, um, yes, we've been hearing about MAGA since Trump got in office. Well, Well, yeah, I was like, well, we know about the MAGA thing, but I never heard people out here using the term MAGA Minaj. Because look, remember, like people started looking at her sideways when she said that. What was the thing she said about her cousin having some issue with his testicles or whatever? And people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And even the people at Trinidad had to come and debunk the stupidness she was saying. That's why I was like, some of you celebrities just should be seen and not heard. Because when y'all be out here trying to get all political with some of the stuff y'all saying, it just be making y'all look slow as hell. It just goes to show that how I try to in the Wendy Williams term, let how less than smart y'all actually are. All right, so let's move on to more less heavy political stuff. Let's talk about Heated Rivalry. So, Heated Rivalry ended its first season last night. I am 3 episodes behind, so I haven't seen it, but I already know that Hudson Williams' character came out of the closet as a homosexual in the finale. I already saw that stuff posted online. I was busy watching the last 3 episodes of Stranger Things. So, that's what I was binging. So, I didn't even get around to watching Heated Rivalry. But I am going to get around to watching all this stuff. Everybody's loving the show. It's heavily hyped. Now there's coming word because we already know about season 2 is coming. Now there's also word that the 2 actors, well, that they've signed on Connor, what is it, Hudson Williams and Connor Storrie, I believe is his name. They've signed on for a season 3. I didn't even know that. Well, it should have came what I was saying because aren't there like what is it like 6 books or something or another? So on December 23rd, GQ released their in-depth, now iconic interview and photo shoot with the show's handsome lead stars Connor Storrie and Hudson Williams. Throughout the piece, the 2 emerging talents dished about all things Heated Rivalry, their acting beginnings, and becoming the internet's new viral obsession. Saying we're definitely objectified. I signed up knowing that would be part of it. I really did not think my butt would be such a topic of conversation. I thought it would be more of a general, like, oh, these guys really get into it on the show. This is what Storrie told the news outlet. Well, they do got nice butts. And wasn't it just revealed that Hudson Williams, apparently from Des Moines, he was outed as being, oh my God, straight? Shiver me timbers. He's a heterosexual playing a gay character on a TV show because they said he has a girlfriend. So, whatever the case is, so now everybody's freaking out. But I think the fandom pretty much came to his defense. So, Williams opened up about one of the first meetings with Storrie, revealing that the latter's massive arms left him gobsmacked. Saying Connor pushed himself onto the island in the kitchen. I remember seeing his arms. They were the size of my legs. I was like, holy fuck, he said. Isn't that the name of Demi Lovato's last album? And it said, while Storrie quickly denied that his arms were bigger than Williams' legs, the latter went on to say that his co-star's appearance made him hit the gym harder. So I didn't even care about continuity. I hate that one scene in Las Vegas when I stripped for Ilya in episode 2. That was the first day of filming. I was flat as hell, he added. In addition to the aforementioned topics, Williams and Storrie's GQ hype feature revealed new details about Heated Rivalry's future following the recent confirmed season 2. Now, while discussing the pair's steady rise in Hollywood, writer Mickey Rapkin revealed that both actors signed on for 3 seasons. Of course, the exciting tidbit of information has resulted in Heated Rivalry fans understandably freaking out on social media. Now, one viewer on Twitter wrote, both actors signed on for 3 seasons of Heated Rivalry. I have tears in my eyes. Another fan echoes similar sentiments, writing 3 effing seasons of Heated Rivalry. What the fuck? This is a dream. Now, a third Heated Rivalry fan added 3 seasons of Heated Rivalry and 911's 9x7 stills looking like Buddy's canon. Sorry. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Wait, are they trying to say like the pictures is kind of giving, oh Lord, I think the Facebook stream pretty much cut out. Whatever. On one of the Facebooks, I guess it cut out. It is what it is. Y'all can still see it on the other platforms. Come over to the YouTube. So yeah, so it looks like Heated Rivalry is back for a new season. Yay. I was having a conversation with someone earlier, and it's like, this is great. I like the fact that people are getting all excited over about the hockey. Yes, the sex stuff is overshadowing the hockey aspect. There's some inconsistencies with the whole hockeyism of the show, but I don't think anybody's really paying attention to that. They're paying attention to the romantic stuff, the fact that these guys are not coming out to, in this whole, although there's been certain situations where there have been characters that have come out in more ways than one, and they're having their moment, and this show was getting on hype while they're canceling other shows. What is that show, Olympo or whatever, it was on Netflix? I just found out they canceled that, which was a queer-centered sports show. Then also Boots was canceled. So there's a lot of cancellations going on, but I'm just hoping that with the success of this show, that what it does is open a Pandora's box for more shows like that to get made. I'm not saying they necessarily have to be sports based, but more queer stories where, okay, we could center around the sex because that seems to be the overall hook that's got everybody excited, but there needs to be more stories told from different perspectives. So where's Noah's Ark and the shows that are queer person of color centered? We need a lot more of those shows. And the good thing about this, because I did watch the Patrick M. Polk interview that T.S. Madison did on Outlaws, which is like, look, with those type of shows, we need that representation, but also I feel like now, because it's less expensive to make these type of shows with digital cameras and all this other stuff, it's a lot cheaper to make queer-centered programming without having to rely on expensive 35 millimeter film or having to necessarily go to a studio. You can find the ways of scraping up the money and putting it out on a YouTube channel, whatever the case is, or your personal website, and get the momentum going and possibly get it. Because look, I already told y'all, YouTube is the future. YouTube's competition is, as I said, Netflix. It's not with these other studios. Digital media is the future. So if you could use that to your example, hopefully there's somebody out there, and even myself, where I will say the one thing that I will say about this show, it has definitely inspired me to get back into my screenwriting and creating something where I could see myself in these type of characters and that world being put on television. So that's the next thing with me doing this show, creating scripted content. That's one of the next avenues I definitely want to go into. So shout out to Heated Rivalry and the future artists out there that want to create their own Heated Rivalry queer-based type programming, and seeing if those shows actually get up off the ground and we get to see more of that representation. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the news that we could be getting not only one season, which will be season 2, but also another season for season 3? Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in your overall thoughts about Heated Rivalry. If you like it, do you feel it's overhyped, and all that good stuff. So let me know what your and I also remember hearing this. There was a story that came out about, remember we talked about the guy from that other show that came out, was making the comments about he was a comedian. He has another show on HBO where he was throwing shade at Heated Rivalry, talking about the sex scenes aren't realistic. There was somebody, he was reaching out to a lot of people behind the scenes on doing a little apology tour. There was a story I remember hearing about that. So, probably because you should have kept your mouth closed, because you sit up here talking about, oh, the sex is not realistic. I'm like, they're pretending to fuck on camera. It's not like it's, and even if you've seen like sex and porn or corn movies, I'm not supposed to say the P word, corn movies, is that realistic? A lot of that is acting and positioning yourself and taking breaks and doing all of that is not necessarily, yeah, there's penetration involved, but a lot of that is acting too. So it's just all about the chemistry. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our final topic. And let's talk about Mama Ru. So there's a couple of queens that I've been noticing have been coming out and saying some things against RuPaul and his overall silence surrounding, a lot of what's been going on, particularly the Trump administration's crackdown on trans issues, healthcare for trans youth, also, the banning of trans people using restrooms and jobs and that sort of thing. So there's been a lot of anti-trans rhetoric that's been going on. Also, the cutting of HIV research, also pediatric cancer research, that sort of thing that's been going on within the medical community. So There's been a lot of those things going on, and people were feeling like RuPaul should come out and say something about it. So yeah, so drag queens in the wider Levitical plus community have criticized RuPaul for what they perceive as a lack of direct vocal condemnation on of Donald Trump and the associated anti-Levitical plus policies. So Ru, as you know, has addressed anti-drag legislation in the past. Some performers and fans feel that he's been notably silent on directly calling out Donald Trump by name, especially given the global reach of his platform, RuPaul's Drag Race. So RuPaul has generally addressed political issues, as y'all know, through broader statements and action-oriented support rather than direct attacks on Trump, where he has condemned anti-drag bills back in March of 2023. Previous political commentary, in the past, he provided commentary on Trump, describing him as a poster boy of the egocentric culture and contrasting it with the nature of drag. And even, they even did a Trump the Musical episode. So y'all remember that there were also in July 24th, 2025, there was something where they said, like, an open letter to RuPaul, it's time to cut ties with Trump-aligned media, saying thank you for everything you've done to uplift our community and bring drag, and this is from Reddit, by the way, to the world stage. RuPaul's Drag Race has inspired generations to live with pride, power, and purpose. That's why we are writing with concern. Paramount and the new parent company Skydance recently paid Donald Trump $16 million for rights to The Apprentice, helping him rehabilitate his image. Wait, isn't that Amazon Prime where you can watch it on there? I don't know if that was Paramount. But I get the gist, because Skydance and everything, they got the ties of Trump. They had to go through him to get to acquire Paramount. And you already see what they're doing with the news media over there at CBS. We already talked about, and Barry Weiss and that sort of situation. And then, canceling Stephen Colbert, where he gave the finger to the network on the last day of his show. And they said the move suggests a disturbing shift, companies profiting from queer art while empowering those who threaten our rights and silence truth. We know you may not control these choices, but your voice carries global weight. Ru, you've always said, if you can't love yourself, how the hell you gonna love somebody else? This is a moment to show queer kids everywhere that love means action and that business choices reflect our values. You have a responsibility, there's a pun on his name, obviously, to show that drag isn't just entertainment, it's resistance. Because yes, drag isn't just something where it's like literally a clown in a wig, as Bianca Del Rio and Lady Bunny have made consistent jokes about in their thing. But activism also is in drag. People look at drag as like their superpower, or they're in superhero mode. Also, there are a lot of people like Marty Gould Cummings and so many others who use political activism in their drag. So drag is a plethora of different things. But some people look at Ru as, you gone a little mainstream. So, and I would give him a pass if he hadn't spoken on the past about it, but he has. And then there was, where they said queens such as Aja and Bosco have used their platform on RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars to discuss the tangible negative effects of the Trump administration policies on the trans community and the drag industry, including loss of income and difficulty accessing healthcare. Other local drag performers have engaged in direct protests, such as the group of DC-based queens who attended a Kennedy Center event that Trump was attending, effectively upstaging his appearance and making a visible statement. So, they always feel like that you've made issue-focused political statements in the past, and we need you to come out and call Trump on a thing. But here's the thing. I don't know if he could necessarily speak out in so many ways, because it might be out of his hands because of the whole Paramount thing. With World of Wonder and everything, who knows how long their contract is over there. So maybe he doesn't want to rock the boat of this thing that he makes a lot of money off of. Because there was this one this one post, I don't know the exact date, but there was one with Trinity the Tuck had said this. She said, we are how many days into this specific fight of protest and positive change for Black Lives Matter? Mother at RuPaul, where is your voice? Everybody say love. Everybody needs to say something. This is the moment. Your voice is important and needed. Your fans, your Drag Race family, your Black brothers and sisters are needing your encouragement and light right now. Silence isn't an option. Please use your platform. You are the most well-known queen in the world. It is so important. I understand some of your concerns, but when you have such a massive platform, it's your responsibility to the people that look up to you for you to use your voice, the end. So it said 20 minutes that it was saying, oh, so I don't even know the date. I wish I would have known the date of this because I don't know if it was, I saw that it was emerging on platforms and stuff this week. So I'm like, is this a new thing or is this something that was old and then it's just resurfacing? So I don't necessarily know the date of it because I'm like, yeah, we haven't heard people use Black Lives Matter in a minute. But then there was this other post, which came from Mimi I'm First, where it said, you are the most famous queer person of color and you have said nothing. Nothing. Speak up. Come on. You've got to be fracking kidding me. Okay, that was shade. That was funny. And then some person, and I left it on purpose in the comments where hold on, because let me see if I can pull it up for y'all. Hopefully, I don't have people posting stuff in the thing and I don't get in trouble. Cause y'all keep okay, so it said, I don't know if you could probably see it at the bottom. Hold on, let me take out the headline. Oh wait, let me also sorry, I gotta take out all of it. So I don't know if you can read the bottom here in the black, but it says just like a white man, I expect a black one to do the heavy lifting. It's not RuPaul's job nor obligation to say a damn thing. RuPaul has nothing to prove. His life work is proof of what he stands for. Be for real with these tweaked out ass social media posts. And of course, I had to jump in and give my commentary on my own page, and this came from one of those those drag race web fan sites. So I put another Drag Race vet is coming for RuPaul. I purposely let, and we already had the Lady Bunny thing that came out recently. Which shout out to y'all and thank y'all for having that go viral. But I was just giving my opinion. People were interested. So another Drag Race vet is coming for RuPaul. I purposely left one comment in where the black cis woman said it's not Ru's job as one of the most influential black drag queens working today to speak out on behalf of all the political atrocities happening in the queer community, courtesy of this rotted administration. Sorry, boo, but this goes beyond race. I personally don't believe that you need to speak out if you don't have the vernacular to do it. However, Ru has taken political stances many of times via social media or via episodes of Drag Race. So she doesn't get a pass once you open Pandora's box. Or maybe she's choosing to be silent because she's worried if she pipes up too much that it will affect the show's future and her coins. Remember, David Ellison owes Paramount, which they are running into the ground as we speak. And the Ellisons are friends with Trump. So I did ask, what do y'all think? And Felix, friend to the show, said, I'm surprised of all people, Mimi, I'm first read RuPaul like that. And then Seth Winarski said, it's definitely about the money. That comment misses for me because Mimi isn't expecting Ru to do the heavy lifting other than he has the largest platform. And like you said, has spoken out or taken a stance politically many times. That's a garbage take. And then Fabian says, Child Ru is not about to stop her own bags. So there's that. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you feel like, because of RuPaul's position as one of the most powerful and successful drag queens in drag today, mainstream, there's a lot of drag superstars out there, but RuPaul is the one who was out here for over 3 decades as one of the most, and yeah, she's had her ups and downs on her career, but she is one of the most well-known, most recognized, most successful drag queens out here. Do you feel like it's her obligation to come out and speak out on behalf? I feel like if you're not someone who has the vernacular, if you don't have the political, wherewithal to take the stance on the vernacular, whatever you want to call it, then you don't have to speak out. But once you've opened that Pandora's box and you've come out and said some of the things, and you've taken that stance before, you can't be surprised when people are expecting you to step your pussy up and speak out, be a voice for the voiceless. Who knows? Maybe we'll see some of that play out during this upcoming season of Drag Race, but then again, they filmed it before the whole voting thing. Trump was going against, the Trump Kamala Harris situation, the political, climate. All of that the show was filmed before we got to where we are today, where he was, became president and that sort of thing. So Wait, yeah, it was, right? Because I think over the summer they shot, I think over the summer they shot All Stars. So I think like with Drag Race or whatever, they filmed all of, the regular season before the whole voting situation happened and Trump became president. So who knows? I don't know if they'll add that in or it'll come up during like the reunion, or they don't even do reunions no more. Like the whoever wins, whatever the case is, like we'll see how it all turns out. But for the most part, yeah, is there an obligation for him to speak up? I definitely want to hear from y'all. So whatever your thoughts on this matter, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. No, I said that. I said I saw Stranger Things Volume 2. I said the reason why I didn't when I did the Heat of Rivalry story. I said I already heard some of the stuff that was spilled in that last episode, but I did not watch Heat of Rivalry because I was busy catching up on the last 3 episodes of Stranger Things season 5, which I should have been more specific, part 2. So yeah, I was watching that yesterday. Um, I was underwhelmed by it, by the way. Um, yeah, for the most part, I was pretty much underwhelmed by the situation. What did I say on it? I was like, no shade, but these last 3 episodes of Stranger Things were underwhelming. I don't feel, despite a few emotionally compelling scenes, Max reuniting with her body, Will coming out of the closet. I know some people are like, well, why did he have to come out and state the obvious? Because we already knew he was gay. I'm like, shut the fuck up. First of all, this is the 80s. People were not coming out like that in the 80s. So y'all need to remember where y'all at. Stop bringing 2025 shit in 1980, whatever year it was, type stuff. So this was a significant moment where it needed to happen or whatever. So that scene was actually good. Jonathan and Nancy, confessing before they became Marshmallow Mash. Dustin begging Steve not to risk his life for like Eddie. When he had that emotional, they had the big fight, and then he got emotional. Was like, he don't want to lose you, and don't get on the ladder, and that's what. So I did like that stuff. The nail biting action sequences was good. Um, Mike's mom coming out and saving them from the Demogorgons in the hospital. Like there was a lot of really good moments, but I did feel like I was on a hamster wheel with the story. Like I don't feel like y'all set up anything impactful for me to really look forward to this series finale, which is about to air on New Year's Eve. So I was underwhelmed. Like it had great moments, but the penultimate episode of the series is the second. Oh damn! That's what I said. I think a lot of people were underwhelmed, and I think no shade, but I honestly feel like the first half, while it did do big numbers, I think that's the overwhelming assessment. I think a lot of people were kind of disappointed in the first 4 episodes. And then we got these so it's giving, and I can't remember what show that was, where it was just like Stranger Things. I don't think was supposed to last as long as it has, but because it kept bringing in the numbers, people were loving it. People love spending time in this world. That the Duffer Brothers were sort of like, you know what? Let's keep throwing shit at the wall, and whatever sticks will. So it's giving Game of Thrones finale tease rather than. And this is why I said what I said in regards of it. Welcome to Derry. Them first, I mean, that first season, perfect season, where the amount of characters that the dynamic with the kids and the entity Pennywise and that sort of thing, and then the adults, the way they balance the horror and the real life horrors of the world, the metaphorical horrors and the horrors and the storylines and everything, that the balance of all of that is working relatively well. I just feel like the Duffer Brothers didn't have a plan on how they was going to end all of this. The Vecna storyline, I just so don't care. Those kids were so fucking obnoxious. But I was loving how Mike's sister was beating them kids up, though. I was like, kick him again. That little boy was getting on my damn nerves. Not you said Will's coming out was terrible. Did you know that Nancy? Did they? They said, did you know that Nancy and Jonathan apparently broke up in that wax scene? I thought they got engaged, but apparently it's a breakup. Well, you saying like they broke up, as in like, oh, when you saying, will you not marry me? Because there was a love there for each other, but I guess they were realizing it didn't work. That was weird. And you said what? I will give credit for is the content and inspiration they gave fan fiction writers, especially steady shippers. Yeah, but like I said, I was underwhelmed. I mean, I'm so glad I didn't spend, I didn't get a ticket to go see it in the movies because, like I already said, I'm not gonna be able to see it anyway because I'll be working fish at Madison Square Garden. But once I get home, whatever, and I've gotten my rest or whatever, and I wake up, I'll catch it on New Year's Day. I'm not that excited. Well, I had no idea that they broke up in real life because I know they was dating throughout the show. Said they broke up as a couple. I don't know. It's confusing. Terrible writers. Well, who wrote that episode? Was it the Duffer Brothers and Sean Levy was behind it? Oh wait, no, it was some girl that wrote it. I forgot who wrote the script. And nothing for Byler. Well, I don't think that's happening. Honestly, no. People need to get the program, and entertainers are not activists. Malcolm X even forewarned us about this, which he was right again as usual. Entertainers are not activists. I will agree. Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because Eartha Kitt was an activist. Josephine Baker was an activist. Harry Belafonte was an activist. Who else was an activist? Sidney Poitier, also, and I'm naming black people if you notice. Also, Jane Fonda was an activist. Marlon Brando. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. When you're saying entertainers are not activists, you can be both. If you're going to take a stance and you have the vernacular and the wherewithal to come out and be an activist, then take that stance. And RuPaul has taken a stance on using his social media as well as RuPaul's Drag Race to be politically aligned. Especially when when you brought on Kamala Harris and you've done all these other things, you've taken a stance. On the show, Nancy and Jonathan broke up. The Duffer Brothers wrote the penultimate episode and the coming out scene. Okay. I don't even know if I don't even no shade. I don't even think Paramount made the smart choice to even give the Duffer Brothers a job over there at Paramount. But then again, David Ellison has already proven he don't know what the hell he's doing as a studio head. This is why you don't let oligarchs or people with a lot of money buy studios if they have no idea what the hell how to run a studio. You put people in place that know what the hell they're doing in regards of a studio. You don't just buy one because it's a vanity project or you just bored with your money, which is what this is pretty much giving. But anyway, on that note, we are done with today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please hit that like button, that subscribe button. Also, smash the notification bell so you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I don't know if there's not anything of interest. I think it's been a slow news week. It took a lot for me to even scrape together stuff to talk about on today's show. So if I don't see y'all probably next time you probably see me is Tuesday because that's when I'll have an actual available day. Because like I said, Fish is about to hit the garden, so I'll be working those long ass shows. I hope I'm not gonna get tested for drugs because I'm gonna be getting contact highs with all the mess. They be up in there snorting and smoking and God knows what else. But yeah, so shout out to all of y'all. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting the show. Commenting and kikiing with me in the comments, all the other stuff. So love you all for watching. Thank you all for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.